Cautionary tale about if the city is built for you to take transit rather than your car into the city, don't think at the last minute, I got an hour, I'll just take my car into the city. And you end up with a situation where instead of showing you the beautiful waterfront where I wanted to start, we're inside of a parking structure that I literally parked in about 90 seconds ago. Hence why we're off to a bit of an ugly start. Hi there to Dominic. How are you? ACR Speed. Hi from Miami. How are you? And I promise it gets more beautiful from here. Elevator fan from Monticello, Indiana. Hello. Let's flip around here. Let's have you see something a little prettier than the garage here. So that's, well, not much better, but you can see the beautiful trees in the Pacific Northwest here. Well, I grab my backpack here and we'll head downstairs to something that looks quite a bit better. Snazzy Pig from Ontario. Sprinter from says, I'm across the river. What's happening? Well, this side, not much. It's difficult to find a place to park, but otherwise... No, I really thought an hour. CJ Brick says, hello. Funky Jerky, what color is your Bugatti? Clear. You can hardly see it. Elevator fan says, I'm currently sick. I'm sorry to hear that. So let's, while I get my headphones untangled, you can look down here on 2nd Avenue in downtown Portland and to the street below. You know, it's interesting, a lot of the on-street parking, which I had counted on parking in, all says 2-hour limit. My guess the idea is they probably price it reasonably, you know, $1 or $2 an hour. And so then you'd have commuters parking in it all day. But even in the evenings, which is interesting, I think some areas were showing that, I'm going to plug my headphones in here. See, does that still sound, the audio quality, hopefully you can still hear me. Oswald watching from Burbank, hello. Well, let's head down there and we'll walk over to the waterfront where there used to be a freeway, but it's gone. Mark writing from the Netherlands at 1 a.m. Hello. I'm not normally one who gets excited about a freeway getting torn down. I like freeways, but this is one that I think they have a good use case as to why back in the 1970s they decided to pull this freeway out and get rid of it. So take your ticket with you. Oh well, I'll be coming back for it, I guess. Is your car locked? I hope so. Okay, I can hear it honk. Okay, we're almost down to ground level here. Okay, so you're just tuning in, you think, oh, Rob, where are you at today? I'm in Portland, Oregon, working on 3 other stories that'll come out in 2025. And it's the kind of place that the weather has been almost like California this past week until about a day or two ago it finally started to rain. And now it feels like Portland in October, which is gray skies, so gray that I once heard a school teacher say that her kindergartners say, draw a picture of your house. They'd get the gray crayon out to color in person. Tyrone asks, is stopping by in person okay? Of course. When have I ever been upset about somebody stopping by, right? David says, I'd be tempted to drive out there, but that'd be weird. It's up to you. I'm always up for saying hi. I had somebody last night, I was walking down the street in West Lynn filming. I think it was yesterday. And he wanted to let me know that he caused the recent hurricane in Florida. So I told him I think he's being a little hard on himself. I don't think he caused the hurricane, but he wanted to stop and let me know that. So in case you need somebody to blame, he's the guy. So as long as you haven't started any hurricanes, please feel free to come by. So we're walking east toward the river. Portland has 2 rivers that divide it. On the north side is the big river. It's the Columbia River that, when they talk about the big bridge replacement program that, you know, will cost $6 billion to rebuild the bridge. In fact, hoping to have another video about that sometime this next year, so keep an eye out on, for that. That's a very big river. That one goes out to the Pacific Ocean, but running north and south, dividing the city of Portland in half, is this smaller river, but by rivers out west, still a very big river. The Willamette River, it's much shorter. It's less than half a mile wide. It's, you know, much easier to build a bridge across, though the bridges aren't exactly cheap. And this street here, Nido Parkway, once was a freeway, particularly as you head on the other side of the street where the grass is. So it used to be the old Highway 99, US 99. It'd come in from the south, from California, in the direction you're looking south, and it just kept charging along. And eventually when it got to here, these were some of the original ramps to the bridge that now carries a light rail train across. Actually, I'm at Hawthorne Boulevard, never mind. It's the next bridge down, the Streel Bridge. We have the original ramps that the freeway took onto the bridge. But so in the 70s, when there was this big, that's when Portland really started pushing back and canceling freeways. Really hasn't built a freeway since the 60s, not a new one anyway. And really leaned into saying, hey, we're going to do mass transit, we're going to go all green. And it really became the Oregon that people know now, the type where a governor actually had a sign up at the border that urban legend says, welcome to Oregon, now go away. That wasn't true. It said, welcome to Oregon, thank you for visiting, please don't stay. So that governor got the park named after him, and his name is escaping me at the moment, but this park was part of the freeway. And it wasn't a good freeway. There's a great YouTube video. I'm trying to remember if it's a guy named Peter somebody, I believe, who has a nice long documentary with historic images and things showing exactly what this park was like back in the 1950s and 60s when the freeway was here, and all the work that they put into piece by piece, because they were paying for it locally, to put together a freeway to go through here, because they needed a really powerful road. There was not Interstate 5, which is the big double-decker bridge there you can see going over the river. And so before Interstate 5, this, where we're standing, was US 99, the big highway that would go through downtown Portland, cross the river at the Streel Bridge, which is not that one. That's, I believe, the Hawthorne Bridge. So it'll be the next bridge down. In fact, we'll walk down to the waterfront so you can get a better look here. And then it kept going up a street that's still there called Interstate Avenue, and crosses at the very old part of it, 100-year-old I-5 bridge now. I-5 uses the same bridge, crossing the Columbia River to the north, in the direction we're going, into Washington. Well, when they built the new I-5 route and it skirted downtown to the east and went over the river to the other side, they didn't really need a freeway on this side anymore. You can still see pieces of it here where the bridge went over the freeway. And so they, in the 1970s, tore it all out, and you end up with this park, which is really nice. So there are cases to make where, just as, you know, there's people who say, oh, well, we ought to get rid of freeways. Freeways are bad. And I go, no, we got to get rid of bad freeways. There are a lot of good freeways. I wouldn't get rid of I-5 over here. But when you have a completely redundant freeway on both sides of the river, and this one's the bad one, well, why not get rid of both of them, right? George writes, it says 99W is the Streel Bridge on Google Maps. Yeah, the Streel Bridge, which you can't quite see. So you have I believe this is the Hawthorne Bridge, and then the next one down is, I can't remember if that's the Burnside Bridge. I lived here years ago, and I think I'd know my bridges. I believe that next bridge down is the one in the show Portlandia that you see closing during the open, you know, right as the music goes, whoa, 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 whoa. But yeah, Tyrone writes the Burnside Bridge. Lopez writes, are you here to talk about IBR, the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program? Yeah, let's just say that might be one of the reasons I'm in town. One of 3 videos that you'll see in early 2025. Make this tripod a little bit taller so you can see my head. Sorry, it's so bouncy. I added a thing for to add a what am I trying to say? Umbrella, because it started pouring rain on me, and the problem is the bracket helps it vibrate funny. So, okay, I'm gonna try. I'm looking away from you guys because the comments and the camera are on the opposite side. So I'm gonna try flip it around. Does it? No. What did it do? I guess we're committed to. So it shows me upside down no matter what. Well, I think it's like once you position the camera a certain way, YouTube Live just will not let you change it for any reason. So evidently we're going to stay this way. So, okay, well, anyway, I'll try to make eye contact with you, but I wish I had a way to move the chats so I'm not, so. Yes, so the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program is they're trying to have 2 states, so Washington and Oregon, all the regional leaders from 2 regions, so Portland and Vancouver, Washington, 2 planning organizations, 2 transit systems, and just dozens and dozens and dozens of advocacy groups, some who don't want any more freeways, they don't want it to be the bridge to be any wider and have any more car lanes. Others that say, oh, you're taking mass transit over it, why are we spending billions to run light rail over it when they don't have light rail on the other side of the river? And then you have other groups who are saying, oh, it's going to cost too much, and other groups saying, well, you know, if anything, we ought to make it bigger to future-proof it. And so, and then of course tolling, right? Like they have never successfully built an I-5 bridge here in Portland that wasn't one that involved tolling, whether it was the one a century ago or adding on to it in the 1950s. Both of them were tolling, both of them paid off super quick, you know, where they'd say, oh, we're going to be collecting tolls for, 10, 15 years, and they pay it off in like 6 or 7 years, So, and that's where we're at again. Originally, they were playing with congestion pricing. So the idea of congestion pricing is if you have too many people trying to drive on the freeway and you want to get a few people to stop driving on the freeway to keep the freeway moving, you keep upping the toll indefinitely and to keep the price high enough that enough people stop driving. And there's been a lot of controversy over Hammershin writes, why does my cat keep farting? You need to buy more expensive cat food. If you buy the really cheap Meow Mix stuff, your cat won't have that problem. And so that's part of the problem is the congestion pricing, which we'll talk about in one of the videos for 2025. If we're talking about doing it for all of Portland, on Interstates 5 and 205, and that became so controversial that congestion pricing, it's almost like the story in New York with the congestion pricing they wanted to do in Manhattan, right? Where the governor came and stuck a pin in it and said, we'll wait on this, So the tolling that they're talking about doing here would pay for about a third of it. They've had a lot of good luck with the bridge this time. So if you're not familiar with the story, it builds off of the video I had about a year ago where I talked about the existing interstate bridge and all the problems with it. And I never got around to making the second video, which was the Columbia River Crossing project, where they looked at a tunnel or a bridge or whatever it would take to replace that. Got it to like right up to the point where it was ready to build it. But part of it was contingent on Oregon paying a certain amount of money and Washington State paying a certain amount of money. And for political reasons, leaders in Washington State decided at the last minute to not pay their part, and the whole entire thing fell apart. So they've started over again. The Interstate Bridge Replacement Program builds off of all the research they had done before, but they're making some changes. You know, the Columbia River Crossing one was talking about it being a two-story thing with the roadway on top and the light rail and pedestrians down below. It's sounding like this one's moving in the direction where they're not going to have that, where it's all going to be one level, but it'll be pretty wide. So that's going to be fun. I don't want to talk about that too much because tonight after this live stream, I'm going to go back to my hotel room and edit the interview that I had with the head of the project so that I can write the things I need to say and the things I need to film so that tomorrow and the next day I can get out and film all that before I have to go back to California. So keep an eye out for that update on that bridge. And it's not that that particular bridge is any more special than projects that may be closer to where you live. It's just one that I hold dear to my heart because I lived in this city 20 years ago for a couple of years. I, even for a year, didn't even have a car and really enjoyed you know, so it's a special town and a special local story for me. But should we rent a scooter if I could figure out how to make this work? And oh shoot, did I bring my other phone? I went to a lot of trouble to get another phone, and I think I forgot it. Oh, come on. Oh no, I am going back. Lopez is right, rent a bike. I am walking all the way back to my car in that garage because dagnabbit, I went and I got a SIM card for the other phone because I wanted to actually scoot around. I bought a helmet. Dagnabbit, we're gonna do this. Okay. Meantime, let's see if we have any super chats, just so I don't want to miss out on any. Nope, no super chats. Okay. So we'll go back to the regular chat here. George says, be careful with the scooters. Yeah, they're expensive. I had, I rented one when they first came out. I rented one in Salt Lake City, and I didn't even go that far. Salt Lake City is a very small city. You can, north to south, it goes maybe 2-3 miles. So I had fun. I rode it all the way down to the city boundary, which was kind of the limit of the scooter, and then turned around and came back. And I think I was on the scooter for less than an hour. I think it was $30. I was going, oh my gosh, they're unbelievably expensive. But I did an e-bike rental up at in the mountains, Lake Arrowhead, not Lake Arrowhead, California, Big Bear Lake, California. And that one wasn't too bad because I actually went with some relatives to an actual bike shop, and I think it was for like $40 for the whole day or something, you know. So basically ran the battery dry. I think we rode all the way around the lake, and it was such a hoot. It's like a little tiny motorcycle kind of, you know, where you can hey, speaking of the last video that came out, an old button copy sign, the kind that's the plastic. Oh, we have a super chat, first one of the afternoon from Debbie D. Well, thank you very much. Debbie doesn't write any comment, but I feel like I ought to. What do people do? They acknowledge super chats with like a little dance or something. Have me skip through the crosswalk. but here, this is for Debbie. People are looking at me funny. That's the great thing about Portland. You can do whatever you want. Nobody cares. Everybody's weird. You know, I understand there's a whole Keep Austin Weird movement as well, just like there's a Keep Portland Weird one. But I've never been to Austin, Texas. So Lopez writes, you missed the naked bike ride the other week. Oh, what a shame. Oh, darn. Oh, well, maybe. Because we all know people are so beautiful with their clothes on. I can't imagine what we look like with our clothes off. Oh, Buddy writes, when are you coming to Europe? I don't know. Right now, I'm still trying to afford staying in America to go somewhere else. Honestly, if I get ambitious, up first would probably be either Toronto or British Columbia, Vancouver. I don't have either of those planned in the immediate future. I mean, just trying to make this Portland trip work. It's meant, like I say, trying to get 3 or 4 stories and a live stream out of, a production schedule of about 10 days. So I haven't had any time to be a tourist and enjoy it. This is my sightseeing tonight, is with you. So, because everything, I came to downtown Portland to film, and it was like I literally would drive, pay at the meter, jump out, shoot my shot, grab my B-roll, and go. And, if you're trying to beat the sun, this time of year, they're so, the days are so short because we're north of the 45th parallel up here in Portland. And so it already, we're at the equinox, it's not so bad, but we're on the side where it's going to get shorter and shorter. Okay, where's that other cell phone? It's gotta be here. Where did it go? Oh, come on. Where did it go? I know I had it somewhere. I brought it, I stuck it in my pocket. It's like half the point of joining, hanging out with you guys. But we'll still find plenty of things to do. But I just, for the life of me, can't figure out where it would have gone. Huh. Let me get some water real quick while I'm here. And I'm a little disappointed because I went to quite a bit of trouble to go get that SIM card, get on the phone, get it all activated, to have that other phone. And maybe as I left my hotel room, I set it down somewhere. But, this is a real exciting start to a live stream. Walking around my car going, I swear it's in here. Okay, well, the last thing would be to say, okay, did you check your pocket? I will go through my pockets here. This will get real exciting here. So, okay, nothing in these pockets, nothing in these pockets. Not my pants pockets, I got my wallet and my keys, so that's good. Back pockets, I don't have anything. Okay, check this backpack again and see if I stuck it in there. So I have 2 umbrellas, a water jacket for later if it gets cold. Huh. Yeah, my hotel wasn't so far away, but I stayed quite a while, almost up in Washington. Brackets, batteries, but no cell phone. I can't believe that. Well, we're going to be doing a lot of walking tonight. Went to all this trouble and got a backpack and everything and the helmet, and I can't believe that. Unless they can find a vendor who will pay cash to rent a bike or something. Charles writes, watch out for fecal material in the garage. Oh yeah, I live in LA. I'm unfortunately very familiar. This garage doesn't seem quite as bad. Oh, make sure my car's locked. Okay. Well, darn. Okay, well, yeah, that's actually quite the disappointment for me, because I've been planning on this for weeks. That's why I brought the other phone, but I think it would make a pretty boring live stream for the next hour to be going back to my hotel to get it. So I'm going to try. I think I can do a poll. So what we're going to do, I'll pin to live stream. How do I do a poll? No, it's not let it. Huh. When I was testing this earlier, it was letting me do a poll. You can rent from a place on 3rd Avenue. Are they open late where I can... So I'm on 2nd Avenue, so I'm not opposed to going and renting from a place on 3rd Avenue, just without a phone. And I don't want to mess with trying to make payment on this phone and then find I end the stream or something. The alarms are for when a car is about to exit the garage. Well, that's true, but the alarms you've been hearing are across the street at this Columbia Square garage over here. And part of it has been, the fire alarms were going off. So I didn't park there. I ended up parking in a different garage, because even though that one looked a little bit cheaper, I just couldn't in good conscience. Is it somebody about to exit? Oh, okay, you're right, I'm wrong. It really is just somebody is getting ready to leave the garage. It sure sounds like a fire alarm. Well, had I known that, maybe I would have parked there, but anyway. Okay, so I was looking to see, when I was playing with, because YouTube's always adding features and things, right? So I was looking on here to see, there's a way I could do a poll. And it's like it took it away. Christopher Sal writes, those alarms would never fly in New York City. No kidding. Okay, pin to live stream, tag products. Why would I want to do that? Can I? Okay. Oh, well, so no matter, this is part of the challenge, is when I edit a video, I can play with things long in advance to make sure that it's working. The trouble with a live stream is, in order to play with a live stream, you have to create a live stream. Since I have an alt account, that I hurry and make a live stream and try not to share it with anybody, and then like play with it. And it was showing me features that apparently I don't have on. So, so the question for you is, we could look at the waterfront more and do the long walk down to where the freeway dumps into it. We can walk this way and look at Pioneer Square, where back in the 70s, 80s, they wanted to build a parking garage, and instead the city ended up with it and built what they call the big living room. And it's like every crazy person you've ever seen, but it's like a place where everybody can hang out, which it's kind of neat. Not a lot of public space like that in America. We could go this way and look at the absolute freak show down where the Keep Portland Weird sign is. And or, because we can do multiple things, work our way over to the east side, where I used to live 20 years ago, and look at where they want to put I-5 under a freeway cap, and there's a whole lawsuit and story about that. So, Mark says, do you have any moderators you could use the new poll, option 1, option 2? Yeah, I don't. Because I was excited. I said, oh, I could just tap this thing and then put the options in here. So, vote by just commenting. So we have 1 vote for going down to the Keep Portland Weird sign, going down that way. Transit Mall 5th and 6th, sure, we can do that regardless of what we do, because that's a good way to walk. 2 votes, Pioneer Square. Okay, so I'll tell you what, why don't we walk to both? We'll go down Pioneer Square, down 5th and 6th to the freak show, and then from there see if we can work our way to the east side. So we'll do it in that order. I just have to remember exactly where Pioneer Square is. Hopefully it won't be so bad as a year or so ago when I was in Boston and got got lost. That was even clear back then. The idea was to have a second phone to see where I was going, and that didn't happen. So yeah, it's interesting being away from a place for 2 decades and coming back and seeing that it's mostly the same, especially the central city, just because a lot of them are high-rise office buildings. But then there are other things that, like this, that I'm pretty sure are new, but I remember. Wilson writes, it looks so empty like San Francisco during the pandemic. Well, part of it is it's sort of the first rain. This place was hopping pretty good over the weekend. I came down here, Saturday or Sunday to film, and it was pretty busy. And this is the office area too. We get over here to 5th and 6th where the transit mall is. This is a downtown where, for a smaller downtown like this, the transit use is pretty heavy. Impressively heavy. And honestly, back when I lived here, I found I only came downtown on the MAX train. Coming downtown today in a car, like I say, was kind of a mistake, because I don't think about downtown Portland as being a challenging downtown to get to, because on the MAX train it's not. I don't know what. Somehow persuaded myself. I just said, "Oh no, this will be fine." I can park. It's because sometimes it can be deceptive. Downtown LA is very deceptive. It looks very busy. It looks like a big downtown. And frankly, during the day, pre-pandemic, if you're trying to park a car for a significant amount of time, it can be expensive. It was probably $30-40 a day. Pre-pandemic to park there during office hours, especially near the big office buildings. But if you go to a convention, the convention center, the LA Auto Show is coming up. That's my Comic Con, going and seeing all the new cars. Finding where you can park all day for less than $10 is a piece of cake, especially down by the convention center, because there's so much of the city that got torn down back in the 60s and are now surface parking, and every little garage structure that can rent out does rent out. And so parking in LA is easy. I lived in Salt Lake City. Parking in Salt Lake City is easy because when the Mormon Church built their huge mall, it spans 2 city blocks, and Salt Lake City blocks are gigantic. I think they're like 1/8 of a mile by 1/8 of a mile. I mean, they're just enormous. So it's this huge mall. It's actually a really cool project. It has a retractable roof, so it can be open air in the summer and then closed in the winter. But they put multiple levels of underground parking under both of those blocks. So add that to the existing parking stock, and I got spoiled. Living there, being able to park all day for $4, and so it's eye-opening to come to Portland where, maybe the going rate's $24, because it's a very transit-heavy city. And but it's hard to complain when the city has gone to the lengths to actually try to provide adequate facilities. So this Oregon loves their couplets. They love their streets that are one way each way. And so you take a big suburban street, and when you get to the grid, it splits, and you have the one-way street going down the one block, and then the next block coming the other. So they took all of downtown acts like couplets. So all the transit, light rail, bus rapid transit, and a car lane, all coming up this block, and then the next block over going back the other way. And there's an east-west couplet down this way near Pioneer Square. And so one of the big complaints somebody like me would traditionally have with the city trying to, they always say, they're trying to force people out of their cars, right? Well, it's hard to make that argument when they actually give you a really convenient way to get about without having to drive a car, right? And so one of the challenges, like Los Angeles playing with the idea of doing a congestion charge around the freeways of LA, is that you really can't move about through most of Los Angeles without a car. You're captive. You know, and they say, oh, well, you could take the Metro bus. You know, yeah, sure, if going to Rite Aid is a 45-minute journey versus 7 in my car, and that's not an exaggeration. But to Oregon's credit, to the city of Portland's credit, this region, they have made a huge effort to try to make it where you can move around at least the central city, the city of Portland, pretty well without a car. So, Bish Bosh writes, sitting at home from Northeast Portland. Well, I feel very envious of your being able to have got in at a time when you could afford to live in Northeast Portland, because I love Northeast Portland. I used to live over by the Fred Meyer on 27th. Mac Pines writes, you got to check out Vancouver Waterfront. I filmed from the Vancouver Waterfront for the video about all the problems with the old Interstate Bridge. So I'm sure I'll be back there in the next couple of days filming for the Interstate Bridge replacement video that should be coming out early next year. Let's see. Cheddering writes, Rob, do you have an ideal ratio for transportation if given cities population, like 40% are drivers, 30% public transit, 30% are bikers and walkers? I'm not a researcher to know. I know myself, I'm a pragmatist. And I know that most places in this country, you have a mode split of 90-something% car trips, because that's the land use we build for. And we don't, it's not like Americans are fat and lazy. Well, we are fat and lazy, but like we didn't sit down after World War II and say, you know, how do we make the most environmentally irresponsible planning decisions? Because I don't think we did. What we looked at is, what are we wealthy in this country? Well, we're wealthy in land. You think about the history of America, it's been about the government giving away land. So back in the 1700s, we had the Louisiana Purchase, and all through the 1800s, we kept giving it away through different homestead acts and land grants. A lot of state colleges are land grant colleges, right, where they lease out oil and gas reserves off of state-owned lands to generate revenue to help pay for the college. You have farmers. They all originally, most Americans, that's what the middle class was you'd go homestead, so many acres of land and farm it and sell the crops, and that was how Americans supported themselves. And even after World War II, it was saying, hey, we've got all these farmland near central cities with inadequate housing in the central city. And what we do have, people like Mr. Potter from It's a Wonderful Life own it all and are jacking up the rents, and nobody can ever get ahead, and everybody's just living a miserable life. Let's spend an enormous amount of federal money building these freeways, and people could drive to these freeways and live there and buy a house out in the suburbs. Land grant is something we're rich in. We use land in America to subsidize a middle class. And part of the problem we have now is that all the really sweet, yummy pieces of land really close to the city, near existing freeway infrastructure, well, that's all been gobbled up. And so maybe now it's about getting in and trying to play with going, well, what are other ways that we could, and so maybe the answer is a huge, enormous federal subsidy on transit with the condition, and we don't do this, with the condition of saying, okay, anywhere this really high capacity transit, rail and light rail, really good, like maxed out BRT systems, where those go, we put a condition that they have to basically have unlimited density near the station with an emphasis on owner-occupied units. And that we don't do. What part of the problem is a lot of the high-density housing isn't helping build a middle class. It's just another piece of very wealthy, potentially billion-dollar hedge fund investment portfolio of just trying to gather more rent, okay? There's nothing wrong with that, but if you really want to have a strong middle class, the Homestead Act was about ownership. It was about helping people own a farm, even if the government had to give it to you. The suburbanization and the freeways and first-time home buyer assistance and VA loans is about ownership, because we realized if people have a stake and actually own part of this country, and we're land rich. Okay, well, maybe in certain areas now we aren't land rich. That dilemma, I think the governor of Utah summed it up as, well, they can live in Utah where there's a job, but then there's no housing, but then they can leave Utah and go move to like the southeast, to like Alabama, where they can get housing, but then there's no job. And so getting at it and saying, part of the problem I've seen in Portland, in LA, in Salt Lake City, is that these high density projects come in, but how many of them are for rent? How many of them are for sale? Now, if they're up for sale and people can get their first-time home buyer assistance and actually buy a unit, okay, maybe it's not the American dream that they dreamed of raising a family in the suburbs, but by golly, at least they could buy something. And then they kind of rent control themselves, because other than insurance and taxes, mortgage payments don't go up. And so you get locked into something, and then you're steady. You have an emergency of equity you can borrow against, if something bad happens. And that's why worries. I'm excited for transit-oriented development and higher density stuff, but not if it's just a way of collecting rents. Like, that's kind of makes me sour on wanting to advocate for it. So anyway, just my thoughts on it. And I see we have a super chat I'm excited to see from Jaden's Place. Well, thank you very much, Jaden's Place. You write, Rob, have you ever thought about doing a video about how Eisenhower did his trip across the U.S. or Route 66, or some type of a history video? I mentioned his story. Where have I mentioned it? I know it's come across in one of my videos, but I wonder if there's good maps. Because if there are really good maps, it would be a lot of fun to let's keep walking while we talk here. It'd be really fun to actually go to places where he got stuck and point out and say, hey, this is where Eisenhower's convoy got stuck in the mud. And a lot of that, I think, was in the Sierra Nevada mountains of California. So these MAX trains are new since I lived here. I believe this is the orange line, which I think goes out to kind of like Milwaukee, Gladstone, if I remember right. My knowledge of the MAX system is 20 years old, and so I know the blue line, which is the very first one. They took the money from the Mount Hood Freeway that Portland famously canceled, and thanks to the Nixon administration, actually were able to reuse that money on a light rail train instead. And that one goes east and west, basically from kind of Gresham and the airport to Hillsborough, which is a suburb on the far west side. But adding the orange line, I'm not entirely sure where it goes. I know it goes over a brand new bridge that allows MAX to go across the river to the southeast. I think it goes down that way. But yeah, to have a video. By the way, this is the old Portland City Hall here, which you'll see in one of my videos. I can't remember which one. I filmed something here this weekend with it. And fans of the IFC show with Fred Armisen and Carrie Brownstein of Portlandia, they have on the opening titles of that show, which, if you basically kind of want to get the vibe of Portland, if you've never been here and you want to experience Portland in about 60 seconds, just look up intro Portlandia, and with sort of the new age type music and a bunch of shots of the city and old man with a beard smoking and people skateboarding and stuff. One of the shots of the city is a statue on the new building that the city offices are, which is this one. And wouldn't you know it, I don't know my Portland history well enough, and I'm sure everybody around me is going to think I'm foolish for making something up, so I won't. But there's a statue of a person with a trident reaching down So working our way down toward where the two rail systems meet near the courthouse, and then crossing the courthouse is the Pioneer Square, which is, if you're just tuning in, curious where we're heading to Portland's living room. Got that nickname because it's kind of what it is. If you think about in the United States, and oh yeah, by the way, thank you to again to Jaden's Place for that super chat. I really appreciate it. Asking about doing a video about Eisenhower's trip across the U.S., which I had to answer your question. No, I hadn't thought about it, but now I am. So that actually might be a real fun video. Oh, we got another from Max Cozy 163. Well, thank you, Max. Writes, hi, Rob. If you disregard longevity and cost, what's more satisfying? A brand new concrete or asphalt road? Oh, I've got so for all the wrong reasons, right? I've got a sweet spot for concrete. There's something about a long straight stretch of concrete road, and really just, I drive a manual transmission and just like revving through the gears, and it sounds like a plane taking off because you get that friction sound of the tires and the concrete and that high-pitched whistle. That asphalt's quieter. And so if I were to add in all the, boring attributes like longevity and cost and that sort of thing, I mean, normally that's the rule of thumb, right? Concrete for the freeway because freeways are noisy, and and then asphalt for everywhere else because it's quieter. You do get weird things with concrete though, washboarding. And remember talking to a graduate professor whose a big chunk of his research was dowel bars, and pieces of metal that they'd put, departments of transportation would put between the sections of concrete, because what happens is the big semi trucks, as they're flying along down the freeway, tromp on the front part of the concrete panel and push it down, and so as time goes on, you start getting where they're out of alignment, and so as you go down the freeway, you get ba-dump, 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 but this, and then it gets worse because the cars all get in harmonic resonance with it, where they're all going, ba-dump, 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 and so then they're putting pressure right where they're collapsing. And so one way you can address it is put dowel bars where, as you pour the concrete, you have these pieces of metal that go to the next section of concrete, but they're in a liner so they can slide back and forth. So as the concrete expands side to side, it's not a problem because when things get hot, they get bigger. But the up and down part, it can't. And so that keeps that from happening. The other is Caltrans. I was talking to the Caltrans engineers back when I did the video about the big freeway flyover ramp that they did in Bakersfield. And instead of dowel bars, part of what they did is that they had cut each panel randomly. So instead of saying, okay, every panel is, I don't know, 100 feet or whatever, it'd be like 75 feet, 102 feet, 91 feet, 60 feet, and by cutting them at random things, the car can never get into a harmonic pitch where it's going ba-dump, 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 ba-dump over the expansion joints, because you just hit it at random times. And so that's actually, it's always makes me chuckle. That's the difference between scientists and engineers, right? Is a scientist is trying to get in and find the perfect scientific truth, the spare no expense. This is the mathematical reason of how to fix a problem, versus an engineer, which is if you can find something real cheap and easy to do and it works. I think the urban legend was the Soviets and the Americans had similar planes. According to the urban legend, the American plane was developed first, and then the Soviets came out with a plane that looked oddly similar to it. But it was a cargo plane, and so you're trying to figure out, well, how do you get heavy objects onto the plane? And the Soviets brilliantly built this robot arm that could come and, with a huge amount of effort and maintenance, pick objects up and put them onto the plane. The Americans, they just made the floor all little tiny wheels. So it was just a bunch of rollers on the floor, so you could take the heavy object and then just a couple of people could just push it and it would just slide on the wheels. That's engineering versus science, and so I always get a chuckle out of that. So we're at the junction of two couplets. So that's 5th and 6th Street transit ways. But now we're walking west on one of the old transit ways. Right next to this would be the Courthouse station. If you remember back in 2020 when national news made it sound like the entire city was on fire. Truth is, it was only about 3 blocks, and it was probably this block, the Courthouse block, and maybe one more. And I always chuckled at the coverage of that because, having lived in Portland, I go, well, there's protests down here all the time. Like, it's nothing, but they made it's so funny because the national news, like I say, made it sound like the entire city was being destroyed. But if you'd go and you'd watch local news, KGW, KATU, and locals who actually know this stuff, the coverage is they'd say like, oh, we talked to some tourists, and the tourists are saying, yeah, well, our hotel is that side of Burnside, and a couple of times we wandered over here where the protests and riots were, and but mostly we've just stayed over there for 4 or 5 blocks away. And I go, that's more accurate. I've worked in media enough to know that reporters don't try to exaggerate. They just want to tell a good story. But also, if you're in TV, people are channel flipping, right? And so if you get tight shots of like a bunch of trash cans on fire and all you see in the frame is stuff on fire, that's going to be a lot more interesting than maybe the shot that's a bit more, honest, that is farther back, that maybe like in the old days the local newspapers would have shown, which is from like across the street. You take a picture and it's just like a crowd of people with like some stuff burning in the middle and everything else looks fine. Well, then what happened? Well, the TV people made money and the newspapers went out of business, because truth of the matter is we complain about media, but who's the consumer of media? You know what I mean? It's so that like clickbait engagement made its way to newspapers and TV and that sort of thing, and so that would make it look like, oh, instead of it just being, crazy protests on these blocks here at the courthouse and over here at Pioneer Square. I've had, like I said, 20 years ago, I got off the train over here, and immediately in the middle of the day on a weekday had a guy walk over and say he was a minister. We're all going to pray together, and it was like grabbed a bunch of us and put us all in a circle, and oh, Jesus, please bless this city and the people. It's like, all right, that's Pioneer Square. Oh, so it's I think it's I don't know. I think it's kind of neat, When everybody in a region is weird in the same way, it gets a little boring. But when everybody's a little bit different, that's kind of fun, That's, I don't know, to me that's very American. Of just like, 1 minute you're running into the raving atheist who's like saying why the Prius isn't good enough to be a green car, and then the next minute you're running into the minister who insists he wants to pray for your soul. To me, it's fun. So. Okay, well, let me get out of the walking path of people here. Let's take a look here and see what fun I've been missing out. Y'all been talking about. Well, I've been rambling my thoughts about the TV business. My umbrella clip is messing me up here. Okay, so we start off with Laza 92 with a double digit. Hey, that's great. Thank you very much. You write, hey Rob, not a transportation question, but I saw a study ranking Utah as the most festive state for Halloween in terms of percentage homes that decorate. Is this true? Probably. So Utah has a high percentage of Mormons, and Mormons love the holiday. And I don't know what sociologically happened to make Mormons so excited about Halloween. And so the joke is, I think Halloween has, I think, forgive my ignorance, a lot of Catholicism in its origins, but it's like if you take all of the, I really don't know. I know that Mormon church congregations used to lean into that and have, parties, but that's not that different than I would imagine, if you go down to the U.S. South and Protestant congregations having little parties too. So that I don't. I do know Utahns love their sugar, right? Because Mormon diet prohibitions of no coffee, no tobacco, no alcohol. And so you start limiting your vices, right? Because when people were back in the day stressed out, they'd smoke a cigarette or have still something to drink, a beer to chill out a little bit. And if those are gone, then it's like, well, you have ice cream and candy and desserts. And Halloween lends itself to, it's not particularly an ice cream holiday, but, your Rice Krispie squares with the different colors to make them look like a pumpkin, or candy. Oh my gosh, Utah eats so much candy. And I didn't realize this. I grew up eating my parents didn't raise me on a lot of candy. My parents are Californians, but growing up in Utah, I ate a lot of candy. And I didn't realize till I got older, I go, oh, that's so bad for my health, all the candy. Ice cream. I thought ice cream was pretty healthy because it's milk. And I realized, oh, it's sugar with some milk, But I don't know. That you have me thinking here, because I'm not quite sure why Halloween is such a big deal in Utah, but it is. So, yeah, good question. Let's see here. But that's from Laza92 again. Thank you very much, and I'll keep thinking about that. If I think more about Halloween in Utah, I'll let you know. Cameron with a super chat. Thank you very much. Cameron writes, fondest memory of working in radio. Oh man, my first true radio job was it was making $6 an hour, but the show I was board opping was only an hour long. So I would drive all the way to this radio station on the north end of town, and it was inside of a building that back in the 1970s was the Donnie and Marie variety show that I think was on ABC or CBS. They built an entire studio just for the Donnie and Marie show. And so one of the challenges, what do you do in a town that's not known for entertainment properties? Because if they'd built their studios in Southern California inside the 30-mile zone, and then the show gets canceled by ABC, you just sell it as studio space to somebody else and it becomes studio space, right? But this is in like North Orem, Utah. It's not even in Salt Lake City. And so what do you do with the studio complex in suburbs where there's like golf courses and apple orchards? And so it got put to all kinds of weird use. Little tiny parts of it were the radio station I worked at. A lot of it was a rehab treatment center. Apparently, I don't know if there was an NDA, I never signed it, but apparently Lindsay Lohan was there when I was working there because she was in rehab for something after she did Herbie Fully Loaded. But we never saw the rehab people. We just were part of the fun downstairs. And so our control booth was, back in the day, it was Donny Osmond's dressing room, apparently. You wouldn't know it. It's where the radio board was, and then the talk host would be up in a glass booth, and we control it from down below. The owner, may rest in peace, was so paranoid after the Janet Jackson FCC fines with the Super Bowl halftime show where there was the costume malfunction. He was so afraid that one of us board ops would say the F word on the air and get him fined hundreds of thousands of dollars that he took the microphone out of the control room. You only had mics in the host booth. And that's so weird for radio, because almost everything in radio is a one-man band with the jock as the mic right there. They run their own board, you know, and so to have where you couldn't go on the radio. And so I'm this new employee, and I set the automation system up to play the automated music at the end of the show, because it's very low budget, you know, AM radio station. And it was playing England Dan and John Ford Coley's Love Is the Answer. You know, shine on the world, shine on me, love is the answer. You know, schmaltzy 70s stuff. So I get into my crappy little 80s Datsun. You know, I literally pulled it out of a field, and I'm driving back to college, and I'm on the state highway cruising back, and I hear the, you know, and I'm listening to the radio to make sure everything's working right. And the song ends and it plays again. So I'm making a flip a U-turn on the highway, and I'm driving as fast as this crappy little Datsun will go, and trying to fly through the parking lot and run in the building and try to unlock the door. And just as I get in, the song ends and the next song plays. And I go like, what was that all about? But the automation systems, think about this. You typically had a live radio disc jockey up until the 90s, right? Because to do an automated disc jockey in the 70s and 80s, they had them. It would be somebody having to record a automated tape, and then you'd have to load the tapes, and it would, like, when the song would end, it would have a tone, and then that would turn the tape on, and then that would have a tone, and would turn that tape off and turn the other tape with the music on. But what came out in the 90s? When computers with Windows, computers with Sound Blaster cards, the ability to play a WAV file on the computer, being able to have a Winamp playlist, right? So if you just professionalized it a little bit and took your Winamp playlist of music, DJs could go in and like pre-record things in Windows 95, and ta-da, you add that in with changes to rules in the telecom industry in 1996 that allowed a lot more corporate consolidation. And that's why around the year 2000, all the live disc jockeys started disappearing, because you just used Windows instead. That's not the fondest memory though, but that turning around on a state highway and flying back at just revving my cars fast, you know, trying to get it up to 50 miles an hour because it's such a garbage car for England. And so anytime I hear that song, the England Dan, John Ford Coley, Love Is the Answer, I just think about flying really fast into the Osmond Studios parking lot. But anyway, thanks again for the super chat, Cameron. So let's walk around the. I'm going to flip the camera around here. Now let's take a look here at Pioneer Square itself. So the story behind Pioneer Square, from what I understand, is that back in probably around 1980, I think, there's the mall with, you see the Nordstrom behind it. Back then, malls were doing pretty good back in the 80s. If see any Seth MacFarlane show where he's just so nostalgic about life in the 80s, you know, American Dad or Family Guy, you can see what malls were like in a bygone era. They thought, oh, well, what we need is more parking, because that was sort of the logic back in the 1960s, 70s, 80s in most downtowns were, oh, the downtown is dying because everybody's moving out to the suburbs. And the reason the downtown is dying must be because it's so difficult to park and so difficult to get there because of traffic. And so if we can just build a big enough freeway into the downtown, and then enough people can drive in, then the downtown will come back. Well, the flaw in that plan is that you are never going to be able to provide enough parking spaces when you get there, because I suppose if you had a way of getting in your car at your house in the suburbs, you probably could build a freeway big enough to get everybody into downtown. You probably could do that. But the car doesn't disappear once you get downtown. the problem is, once you get downtown, you have to store the car somewhere. And so a lot of downtowns said, okay, well, we need more parking storage. We have all this blight. For now, just temporarily, we'll knock down some of these blighted buildings and build more parking. Well, what you end up doing is it's not a downtown anymore. We didn't realize that the superpower of the downtown is that people can use it without getting in their car. It's like a big mall, You think like, the place I want to eat, it's just down there. We'll just walk over there. I don't have to think, okay, well, let's go to the parking lot, get in my car, unpark, drive over there, repark, and go again, right? And so but they were turning downtowns into that, where it was like, okay, everywhere you go downtown, you should be able to have easy parking where you can park and unpark and repark. And that's not a good way of you're killing a downtown superpower at that point. You're turning a downtown into basically a really bad suburb, because now it's like, well, it's like the suburbs except that everything's old and the parking is still kind of insufficient. And so do I want to go to the brand new shiny suburb that's easy to park in by my house, or go to the kind of badly retrofitted suburb downtown? And the answer is, well, you're going to pick the good suburb every time. So this idea of putting a gigantic parking garage in this area of downtown, Portland Landmark there. You probably never heard of it. It's a little niche coffee chain. It was still that kind of 1960s mindset of saying, okay, well, the way to get more customers into this Nordstrom is to build a gigantic parking lot across the street. It's kind of flawed thinking, because if I'm going to drive a car to Nordstrom, I'll just go to the suburban one. I'm not going to drive a car to the downtown one. So by leaning into going the other way and basically saying, we're going to go lean into this idea that people aren't bringing a vehicle downtown to have to store. They're arriving by the light rail system instead. And especially in the late 1980s, as the MAX lines got finished, which I believe was it wasn't the first modern U.S. light rail system, but it was one of the first. I can't remember if San Diego or Sacramento or one of those other cities beat them to it. It's been years since I looked at the list. But the idea is you end up with this really beautiful but also useful space where you can just come and hang out, and it's public space. Like it's not, a lot of times cities have something like this, but you're here as a guest of like the mall that owns it. And so, come, 9 o'clock, they say, I'm sorry, sir, the mall is closed. And then they gate all of this off. I'm sensitive to this a bit because, like I say, growing up in Salt Lake City, a lot of it is the Mormon church owning a lot of the public space, or say places that seem public. And just the nature of churches being, more cautious and careful about behavior on their property, have a tendency, they're not scared to whisk people away and ask them to leave the property. Versus, to somebody who's a European, they wouldn't even bat an eye at this, because Europe is full of public space. It has been for hundreds of years, because the dense nature of European cities, public space is a necessity. We're, in America, again, we came from we were talking earlier about the Homestead Act. When you own your own farm, you don't really need public space, because if you want a gathering, you just invite your friends and kinfolk over and you all hang out at the farm. And in the suburbs, which we've done most of the last century, you have a backyard. But there are people who, don't own a house, myself included. And although I know plenty of people who do, and so I can have private gatherings on private property and not have a problem. For those who live in more dense urban spaces, having a gathering place, saying, hey, I have a friend in town And on a nice day, we ought to just come hang out and talk and, grab something warm to drink or whatever. Having this is, by the way, did you notice they subtly hide a ADA ramp into the bleachers here? So it's all brick, which makes maintenance fantastic because you can just power wash the whole thing. And it serves as a amphitheater of sorts. You can have a performer, they'll do a Christmas display down here. Sometimes people will come sing and stuff. I'm sure they have other festivals in the summer too. And so it's adequate where it works for short-term seating if you want to be at an event. It works for stairs, as you've been seeing people going up and down. But also you sit there, I think I'm not sure if this was built before ADA or if they were just planning ahead. Because, like I say, the light rail system was built in 1986, and I think this was built around the same time. And as Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA came out. I think I was George Bush Sr., so that would have been around like 1990, but 91. Regardless, they've done a really nice job here. We have a really reasonable grade, and they've done it in a way where it doesn't feel like... So many ADA ramps just seem needlessly zigzaggy and almost seems like they're insulting the person in the wheelchair. Like, fine, we have to build you this like terrible switchback. But I mean, look at that. That's something that, people who are able to walk or wheel need to wheel. You have a really nice experience with the ramp there either way. And that's... pretty nice. It looks like the light rail system has a little office of some kind in there. I'm not sure what that's for. But this would be Portland's living room, and as we saw, there's that's interesting here. KGW has a studio on the square. I wonder if they do or have done in the past. I know New York does this with one of the national morning shows. You can see me there, where they have it along Broadway, I believe, looking out on the street, and people can wave hi. KUTV in Salt Lake City has their studio along Main Street with the light rail in the background. And KGW, which I believe is the NBC affiliate here in town, but I'm not familiar with Studio on the Square. That's a new one for me. I wonder if it's the first rain or if it's a post-COVID thing, because this square, it's lively. Yeah, and remember, this is not a huge metro area. It's not like Chicago. It's, more like smaller than Denver. So it's pretty lively for that. But typically, I used to always remember seeing a lot more activists and things. I know there were some protesters up here in the corner, but for the most part, it's and it also could be, like I say, it's kind of the first rainy part, and maybe people are feeling like they want to coop up inside with something warm. But this is more the Portland I remember. When I was here, it was back in the old Iraq War days, and so you'd see people who I think over time were, probably more correct than I was willing to admit at the time, concerned about, the Abu Ghraib incident and other things. But so this is, like I say, Portland's living room, and the courthouse behind it. And I'll stop somewhere here and get caught up on your comments and see where we're at here. It's always fun to stop when you have the light rail in the background, right? Okay, so we're at the corner, if you're following along on the map, of Broadway and Morrison. And Broadway is interesting because where I lived, it ran east and west. So downtown, it runs north and south, and that threw me off for like the first year that I lived here, because I was going, it's Broadway, so I should be going east and west. And it's so cloudy most of the you know, half the year, you can't even use the direction of the sun to be like, oh, well, the sun's that way, so that's west in the afternoon. Well, what sun? So it's made filming videos really interesting, because I'm used to filming in California, which is get the sun behind the camera, staring right at my eyes. Sometimes you'll see in shots I'm almost squinting, because it illuminates me really well, so I don't look like I'm in silhouette. And trying to figure out how to illuminate stuff in this, where it's like being in a sound stage and somebody turned all the fluorescent lights on, like the whole sky is illuminating everything everywhere. There are no shadows because the light's coming from every direction. It is very strange. And so I'm sure there are tricks to do it. People video things in Portland, but I'm not familiar with it. Okay, well, let's get caught up here and see where we're at. So we last talked to Cameron, we asked about fondest memory and radio, okay. And then live. Odds and ends, right, stream tomorrow and I'll swing by. I don't think I can do 2 in a row, because usually I think I'd start running out of things to say. Because usually we get chit-chatting for several hours, and so, but you know, we'll see. AH Anubis says, hey, welcome to my hometown. Mark Verstappen writes, need a studio light in public. I've done it. So that video, this last video, talking about the signs retro reflecting at night, and your car's headlights bounce off of it and return back to your eyes. I had to film all of that at like 2 o'clock in the morning, when there weren't any, you know, there wasn't any traffic, and I could go out in the countryside near Palm Springs and film that. And that was a lot of setting up studio lights, and that was really fun, because I'd see Riverside County Sheriff car come by, and then a few minutes later he'd come back the other way, and it was like he didn't want to. He's probably bored, because it's north of Palm Springs and it's in the middle of the night, and you know, but yet he's curious. You know, I don't blame him. I mean, you're a cop and you're bored and you're driving around, all of a sudden you see something interesting, but you don't want to hassle people, because you don't want to create a confrontation or a whole thing or make people nervous. But he had to have been curious, because he kept driving, like about every 2-3 minutes he'd drive one way and then he'd drive back on the other, this country road, you know. So but I had everything. I had my lights set up, and it was quite the thing. But in this, there's plenty of light. It's just scattered. So I don't know if setting up a light, because those portable lights aren't particularly powerful, if setting up a light would make a huge difference or not. So I'm still learning how it all works. Brian writes, my dad is a retired civil engineer from Caltrans and Federal Highways, and loves your videos. And yes, diffuse lighting in the Pacific Northwest is definitely different. Yeah, you think like, oh, it's cloudy all the time, so it's not bad. Oh, I have to wear sunglasses on the freeway here, because it's very strange. Like my memory of living here 20 years ago is, oh, it's dark all the time, but it really isn't. It's more just like the sky is light gray. and like blindingly light gray. It's very, very weird. I remember landing at Portland Airport one of the first times I came here, and I thought, boy, all the cars look really good. You know, I thought it must be the rain and just the mild weather, and maybe that's part of it, because I know moving to California has just destroyed the paint on my Honda. Car runs great, but it looks really bad. But and so being in the rain and not under so much sunlight probably helps. But I think it's also just the lighting. Like when you have different weird, as you say, diffuse lighting, cars look beautiful. They all look like they're freshly washed, even when they're not, you know. So, well, let's see. Oh, I got a lot of comments here. Your sign video was really good. I learned a lot, and I'm a fake scientist. Well, I'm not a scientist at all, but it was fun to talk with the retiring 3M engineer, And that was an interview I've actually been sitting on for, oh gosh, I think I interviewed him in 2022. So, but it got so busy. And at the time, I wasn't experienced enough filming in the dark. I didn't have the right equipment. That I'm glad that I didn't make that video right away. Because sometimes that happens. I'll get an interview and other projects pop up. You know, there's breaking news or stories I can get out quicker, and so they'll jump the line. And I work my way back to them over time, and that's when I felt bad. But I feel like, you know, now, and especially having also met the retroreflective guys at Avery that in Chicago, that helped me reinforce and better understand it, because the 3M guy was very knowledgeable and had a lot of very interesting things, but I had trouble still wrapping my head around retroreflectivity. And the guys at Avery Dennis in Chicago had little models and stuff. So they see the light goes here and it bounces here, and I go, and it finally clicked. I go, oh, okay. And you know, once I understand it, I feel confident I can explain it to you or to anybody. But I have to understand it first, and there's a lot of stuff I don't understand. So that's half the challenge, you know. Aiden writes, hey, hello from 210 miles south of you in Eugene. Eugene has the, am I getting it all mixed up with? No, Eugene, you have the one of the first really good little bus rapid transit systems, I believe. The Emerald Express, I think, the little green buses, which every time I drive through, I hope it's Eugene. It's got to be Eugene. I've always wanted to hop off the freeway and go check it out, but I'm always feeling like, I gotta be there. I gotta drive 600 miles today, get back to Southern California, and so maybe on my way home I'll swing by and finally take a ride on the bus. So I'll have to see. Connor Ashkoff, also hello from Eugene. Would be cool if you did a stream down here, but there's nothing notable except questionable interchanges and interesting bike lanes. Yeah, I mean, if I was filming down there for a couple of days for something, I try to do that. Live stream is a chance to actually break the monotony of filming. Is actually very boring. It looks fun once it's all edited. I have had different friends and family members over the years, 2 close friends, my dad, I'm trying to think who else, who've all said, oh, it would be so fun to come with you while you film. And I warned them, I said, it's going to be really boring. But they go, no, I want to see how you make the, whoa, what we got going on here? A little road rage, huh? That's fun. Howdy.
Howdy. Road guy Rob?
Yes, come on in. We're just checking out the road rage here. So you are?
Tyrone.
Tyrone? Hey, good to see you.
Nice to meet you.
So you live in Portland?
Just outside.
That's cool.
Out on the end of Max Line.
End of the Max Line, which way?
West.
Hillsboro?
Yeah.
That's cool. Let's see, Hillsboro, I just drove through there the other night. I was filming down in McMinnville. Came back through Forest Grove and just seeing, because I hadn't been out that way in many years. And I was surprised how little Hillsboro has changed in 20 years.
The stuff, I think the stuff in between has gotten filled in a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, I think north of, so on the north end of Hillsboro, you have Nike, you have Intel, and I bet that's changed a lot. But cruising down Tualatin Valley Highway, which is just a street. Yeah,
it looks exactly like what you would expect from like something that was built in 1980.
Yeah.
Like all the strip malls, like a classic 1980s strip mall stuff.
I swear, and I can't prove it, that back when I lived in Portland, and when I'd go out to Hillsboro, there was a fast food restaurant there, spelled jalapenos, but wanted to market themselves as jalapenos. And I'm starting to wonder if it's almost a fever dream, and I'm making it up. But
I wouldn't know.
I swear there was a place on kind of over by Home Depot, but anyway.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
Work for Intel.
You work for Intel?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Validation engineer.
So what do you do when you validate something?
write tests to make sure it works correctly. You know, it's a bunch of programming that we say we know what we're expecting from the computer, and we've designed it to work this way, and so we write a test it, and we put an input and get an expected output.
Right.
And some of it's just we have a CPU that we know is working to spec, and so we just run it on that CPU and say, here's what we should expect, and then we'll tell this to go to the new CPU and say, this is what we're expecting. Does it match?
So as you're testing new processors that are getting ready to come out.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, I know Intel, I remember talking to somebody, again, 20 years ago, and he said something like, we tend to use names of places for our code names so we don't accidentally step on somebody's copyright, trademark. And so, Alder Lake and all these things.
Yeah.
And he said, and then you could tell if it was developed by our partners in mainland China because they'd have Chinese place names for their projects.
It's the same idea that I think Apple uses the same system with for their OS versions. It's like the Sierras or Mountain Lion or whatever. It was just something simple that you're guaranteed it's not going to intersect with anybody's intellectual property.
You call it Snow Leopard, nobody's going to be like, that's our proprietary name with no vowels or whatever.
Or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Sweet. See you around.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the videos you're coming up with.
So are you also watching you're watching the stream tonight then?
I watched a little bit. But,
okay.
I have other things to do.
I don't blame you. That's okay.
Okay.
But thanks for stopping by. It's really good to see you.
Look forward to see this in local stuff.
I was going to say real quick before you go, best part of Portland transportation, worst part, what would you say?
Max in the suburbs and Max downtown.
Is the worst part?
I think the Max downtown's really, really slow. It takes about 30 minutes to get from the tunnel on the east side of the city all the way to the basketball arena.
Oof, I don't remember it being that bad.
Maybe it's 25 minutes.
Did they add new stops or something?
They've been mixing around. There's like 3 or 4 closed stops, but it's every like 3 blocks, which is pretty short.
Yeah.
There's the tunnel proposal that's coming through, but that got shot down. I think it was the same, or there's some bill in 2020 that was supposed to fund it, but.
Would that be building like a light rail and a subway tunnel, basically?
Similar to how downtown Seattle has the transit tunnel.
Right.
There's something that basically goes from where the soccer stadium is, Providence Park, all the way over to the basketball arena, underneath the river.
But once you get past the zoo station, then you're cooking.
It's real fast, like outside of the city, downtown, but the downtown stops are really close together, and so.
Okay.
And there's lots of 90 corners.
Right.
So that's keeping it.
Where it has
slow.
to squeal around the corner by used to be PGE Park. I don't know what it is now.
I don't remember either. Providence Bank? I think it's
Providence Bank. Yeah. Always changes names.
Yeah, it's Center Sports Stadium stuff. And it's also like it's on surface level streets, so there's stoplights that it has to obey most of the time. Even though it gets signal priority, it's not always the fastest through downtown.
It was probably something that worked really well in 1986 or whenever it first opened.
Yeah.
But today Portland has gotten so big. I mean, even what it was 20 years ago, I could probably see the challenge with it. But
yeah, I mean it's nice. I appreciate being able to, and they've been doing work to make it better.
Yeah.
They moved the red line all the way out to Hillsborough for so you can get one-stop rides to the airport further west. I mean, and the airport stations are nice, and it's nice to have transit to the airport. I used to live in Chicago, and even though there's transit to the airport, you have to be along the line from downtown. And this is like you can cross the city and go straight to the airport.
Yeah, well, riding the train here is the space age compared to, I remember I read, was it Metro, the one that's in Chicago? Yeah. And a guy was still going around taking cash and like clicking your paper ticket and like sticking it over your head in the little hole. And I'd never seen anything that took me back like it was 1950. So it was,
It's classic and hasn't changed since it was founded.
That's fine. They can change it. I don't mind. But and it looks like most of the old cars I remember. I've seen a few tonight.
The Gen 1s are mostly being phased out.
Yeah, those are my jam. Those are the ones I rode 20 years ago. So they're
not great for ADA.
No,
There were 3 steps up.
yeah, nothing like when you need to get on a train, the first thing you see are 3 sets of stairs. And, you know, the I guess we call them Gen 2s were probably coming out when I was living here, and they were so much smoother and didn't seem as bumpy. And are there Gen 3s now then?
I think Gen 3 and Gen 4 are the ones that have the round. Or Gen 3s look the same as Gen 2s, and I think Gen 4s are the ones that have the round fronts.
Okay. That's just wild to see. You know, you move away from a place for 20 years, you come back, you feel like it's been about 3 or 4 years, and to realize it's been 20 is just.
There's a lot of changes.
It doesn't make me feel really old. The Mac system has aged more from when I lived here in 2004 to now, 20 years, than when it first opened in like 86.
Yeah.
It just makes me feel so old. So,
All right.
anything else?
No, that's it.
Hey, thanks for stopping by.
Nice
Good
to see you. Okay.
So have a good ride. Well, that's cool. So, super chat from George here. Thank you, George. Almost 1 penny away from the double-digit crew. That's all right. George writes, the podcast has been a nice perk of the patron. Keep up the good work. Yeah, well, I need to do something because a significant portion of revenue that allows me to, you know, actually go make videos and eat is direct support on Patreon every month. And I appreciate that people like transportation and they like the way I'm able to tell the story. And so I try to stretch that dollar as good as I can. And so I needed to do something. And the number one suggestion I'd get from friends who, you know, I have a friend who also does YouTube type stuff. He says, oh, we'll make exclusive Patreon only videos. Well, the problem with that is I'm hustling to try to get, if you've noticed over the years, I've kind of gone from an 8-week production cycle down to 6, and I'm now down to like consistently 4. And it's a marathon, you know, because stuff's always spinning. Thankfully, to me, this is fun, so I don't get tired out because I you know, it's hard to get tired when something is fun to do, but it's still work. It's still a treadmill. And so to try to keep up on that 4-week cycle, and it's like, oh, well, why don't you create Patreon exclusive content? Okay, but then if that slows everything back to a 6-week production cycle on YouTube, then that kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? A podcast isn't bad because I can do that in one day. So 1 day a month devoted to researching transportation news headlines, going through comments, which is something I hope will ramp up more as time goes on, as you write me, particularly through Patreon, but also for now I'm also doing general emails people send me, being able to get in and talk about those emails and answer those questions in audio form, which has been interesting because this is transportation. It's incredibly visual, but there can be a lot of fun, as well as just, you know, going in and commenting on national stories too about transportation. I've been having a lot of fun following the drama with the Idaho Department of Transportation. Their headquarters flooded out 2 years ago, and so they wanted to fix it, but then the consultants came back and said, no, it's gonna be cheaper to just tear it down, sell the property, and build a new building. And they had found a group to come in and buy the land and then sign the deal, but then people sued saying, oh no, that's profligate and wasteful. And so then the judge agreed, and so they voided the sale. So now the legislature has spent even more money to have them fix the building, to fix the flood damage. And I don't know, it's like little stories like that are just kind of fun to follow along with and see all on, like I say, once a month, the community. And the idea is to make it kind of a community podcast where it's a chance to, you know, we get freewheeling here on the live streams too, but the community podcast lets me be slightly more focused, actually do a little bit of research, answer your questions. And so we'll see where that goes. But yeah, that's an exclusive thing just for contributors of any amount. So even if you just contribute $1 a month, that unlocks it. I don't do tiers because I know somebody like me, donating $1 to somebody's Patreon is actually like a lot, and other people have got money to burn, and so they, $10, $20, that's no big deal. It's kind of the story of the widow's mite, right? Of the old lady gave just like a little tiny bit of money, and that was all she had. So I don't really like. I'm very egalitarian. I don't like the idea of tiers. I'm trying to avoid them as long as I can. So the idea is there's one tier, which is you like roads and you contribute. So then you're in. So I appreciate your support, and like I say, try to stretch that dollar as far as I can, and more try to actually get in my poor little car. And it made it up to Portland on 340,000 miles. So just try to keep stretching that dollar. In fact, I got to watch the odometer. I keep forgetting to do this because on my way up, I saw I was less than 1,000 miles from 350,000 miles. And then I got gas at Costco and reset the odometer to gas mileage. And I've forgotten to check, and I hope I haven't run over 350,000 because I always like to stop and take a picture. So, hey, come on in. How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. What's your name?
Nice to meet you. Lucas.
Lucas. Where do you hail from? Which side of the river?
I'm actually in Kent. So.
Washington?
No,
No. Where?
Quite.
What part of North Portland?
Kenton.
Kenton. I lived in Northeast Portland. I don't know that neighborhood.
It's on the west side of I-5. So.
West side of I-5. Yeah. Okay.
South of Columbia.
Like Interstate Avenue, kind of that.
Yeah, pretty close to that.
Because I had buddies lived over Interstate Avenue in Ainsworth. There used to be a bowling alley. We go play bowling over there. That was like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So it used to be when I lived in Northeast, there was only one neighborhood in North, and it was called Bad. And it's weird to see. I know the Pearl District is like, it's like a whole second downtown up there. It used to be
nice.
Warehouses and stuff. North Portland is about as nice as Northeast used to be.
Yeah.
Northeast is now unaffordable. So you can scooch in a little bit so people can see you. Whoops. That way maybe the mic can pick you up a little bit better. I keep wanting to get a better mic so I can point it. So what do you do?
I'm a software engineer at Amazon.
At Amazon. Okay, we were talking a moment ago with somebody who worked at Intel. I didn't know Amazon had much of a presence in Portland.
We do. We have a building actually on Columbia, and then we rent part of another building across the street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it super secretive, or can you describe your position of what you do?
I can describe it. It's like a little bit boring, but like.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Transportation is boring, but it doesn't have.
Great.
It doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be. No, I work on a team. We work on some back-end services that basically make it easier for companies to train their employees on AWS services.
Okay, so if I'm trying to ramp up AWS in my company, for instance, back when I worked in radio, if our podcast got too big, apparently AWS had to. Oh no, when we had a live streaming event that was more than our little local servers could handle, it would seamlessly hand it over to AWS, and AWS could host the. These are the same people. I don't know if you know the YouTube channel Studio C with all the skits. But anyway. So before it was all streamed on YouTube, they would try to stream a lot of that stuff locally, and then all of a sudden like a Studio C event would happen, and every like tweenager would get on and try to watch it, and over to AWS would go. So our local engineers would then go to training materials that you would help develop with your team you're on,
Yep.
so that people are able to then know how to set up AWS to handle their thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, all right, I'm following.
Yeah.
So, well, all I know is when it comes to the other end, the user experience, every product I use has a certain unnamed mint-colored cell phone company has an app that was so broken, like trying to add in my zip code to try to activate a SIM card today, that I had to call a human to set it up. Microsoft trying to set up Office 365 apparently involves a ton of back-end configuring for something that every single user needs to set up. Now, I love the customization of Microsoft, but that's stupid.
Yeah.
If every customer has to go in and like almost edit the system registry of their computer to set it up. Google stuff's pretty clean. It usually works pretty good. But you know, the one product that I just use and it just runs in the background, and that's the Amazon shopping app.
Yep.
It just works.
Oh yeah.
So, and I know that doesn't exist in nature just on its own. So,
a lot of hardworking people behind that.
yeah, kudos to your colleagues who do that. So, and I think AWS, as far as I know, is I think one of the only giant clouds that has never had a major outage. Because I think even, or maybe if you count on one hand, it's not often.
Yeah, it's definitely not often.
You know, and same with the Google Cloud. I think it's been pretty good too. Microsoft Azure on the other hand.
We won't go there. Yeah.
But that's fun. Transportation in Portland.
Yep.
Since you're around here, what would be a high and a low for you?
High and a low. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I did just see the string with the Intel guy, and I agree. Max here, I love the Max and some of the public transportation. I feel like we've got a really good system here compared to a lot of other cities. Not the best downtown. I would love for it to go into tunnels or something so we can get through downtown faster. And the worst, I'm going to say, is I-5 bridge.
The Interstate Bridge going into Washington?
Yep. Desperately needs to be replaced, in my opinion. And I would love to see a Max line go up there, but...
That sounds like that's probably going to happen. So doing research for a, like I say, story coming up here, probably December or January. That's sort of the meat in the middle, right? Because you talk to stakeholders up in Washington, advocates and politicians and things. They're mostly concerned about trying to get more freeway capacity over the bridge, as they should. Right? And the goal really isn't to add much freeway capacity. It's to add maybe 1 to 2 lanes each way, mostly for handling, cars come on at Jansen Beach, they drop off at the 14 freeway, and so you get that extra lane. And this is having full-size lanes and shoulders, so if somebody breaks down, you can get the car out of the way so you're not causing a big jam. Right? So that helps the capacity side. They would probably love to see 8 lanes in each direction, but they're not going to get that, right? And on the flip side, they don't want to see light rail because they go, that's a ton of money and there's no light rail system to connect to and blah, blah, blah. Now, flip it around the other way, you get advocates who say they don't want to see even an auxiliary lane added to the freeway. They want, if anything, I want fewer lanes, you know. But they definitely want the light rail, and they want a lot of nice stuff to go with that.
Yep.
And so that's sort of the meat in the middle is, okay, it sounds like for sure they're going to be at least adding an auxiliary lane, if not 2. They're going to have the wider shoulders. They're going to, really make it a much better driving experience. And the light rail is pretty much going to happen, it sounds like. I think, the Federal Transit Administration, I think it got a grant to help pay for it. So
that'd be good. Yeah,
and so what is interesting is because C-Tran, which is the transit system up in, and we're getting out of frame here, C-Tran, which is the transit system up in Vancouver, as you know, they don't operate a light rail system. So even though it had like 2 stops in Vancouver, it would be a TriMet. You buy a TriMet ticket and ride a TriMet train over. And so I don't know if eventually they build out a light rail system in Vancouver proper, like how that works. Like, do you have to stop and change trains, or would the C-Tran trains come into Portland? And
I love the interstate communications and trying to figure that out between the states.
But
difficult.
But there's a way to do it, right? Because famously New York and New Jersey have the PATH trains that go back and forth. So I'm sure they'll figure out a way to do it. But this is like the one shot to get light rail over the border. That's if something happens where a stakeholder wields an enormous amount of power to try to kill the light rail, that's going to kill the highway component because the other stakeholders are going to, So I think to get the highway component, they're going to have to do the light rail. So I just don't see us. Either the bridge gets built with both, or it gets killed again.
Yeah.
So and I think everybody this time's like, well, let's not get it killed again. Like,
I hope not.
so it sounded like the head guy over it, when I talked to him this week, said he's hoping by like the end of next year to have like a groundbreaking ceremony. I don't know if they can get to it that fast.
We'll see.
But that's
awesome.
the kind of enthusiasm they have for that project. So
Yeah.
so hopefully, and then of course, if you do drive a car, you'll be paying a toll again,
Yeah.
because that's how they're going to fund 1/3 of the bridge. But that's historic. Like when the original span got built 100 years ago and the other span got built 60 years ago, had tolls.
Yep.
Paid it once the tolls paid them off. Tolls went away. It'll be interesting to see this time if the tolls go away or not. But
Yeah. Well, maybe if they put in the max, maybe it'll be more economical to take that, which pushes more people towards public transportation.
that's in their calculation,
Possibly.
right?
Yeah.
So one of the things that the no additional highway capacity people are concerned about is they say, well, if you just build more highway capacity, more people drive, and it's like, well, that's half true, you know. But if you have light rail, a certain percentage of people will just do that instead, and so that's, you know, not a bad way to go. If it's like, you know, the other would be if there was a real, I don't think this is part of the plan, but like if they had a really good park and ride lot, and you just kind of assume like, oh, I work in central Portland, I'm just not even going to touch, my car's not even going to touch Oregon soil. I'll just get on the train and from Washington and take it all the way in. So that might be what happens too. But I think that yellow line going up through North Portland is going to all of a sudden get really important, you know. So there's a lot of exciting things going on in this region, and it's going to be interesting to see next few years. I'll probably be back in Portland another year or two if the bridge project gets going, you know.
Yeah,
So
it'd be great. It'd be great to see it.
So
Cool.
okay,
Well,
thanks for
nice
stopping
to meet
by.
you. Yeah. Hope you enjoy your time in Portland.
Will do. Well, I've been keeping busy. So yeah, have a good evening.
So,
That was fun. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Make sure we're caught up, and then we'll start walking down toward. I promised we head down to like or Keep Portland Weird sign. So Tyrone Whitmore Wilson with a double-digit super chat. Well, thank you very much. Right. Nice to meet you in person. Have a good evening in Portland. Oh, that's really cool. Well, thank you. Yeah, it was a pleasure as well. So, okay, well, let's start walking the other way. And in the meantime, let's see what we got going on here in the let's see. Major Hurricane writes, you should talk to Greg Johnson if you haven't already. So funny thing about that, I already have. In fact, Greg and his team are the reason I'm here. Of course, it's, you know, I paid for all. Well, you paid me, and then I paid for everything. So you helped me pay the gas. You helped me pay for the groceries I'm eating while I'm here. You helped me pay for a modestly priced place to stay. So it's all financed by you, not by any. Not that any public agency would have a budget for media people to show up anyway. But that said, they liked the last video talking about everything wrong with the old bridge, and so their media relations people, the team, reached out to me and said, hey, how would you like to interview Greg Johnson? So he and I talked on Zoom back in February, and I said, yeah, as soon as I get done with a couple of videos and give a free moment, I will head up to Portland this summer while the weather's nice, and we'll do an interview, you know, kind of over by the bridge, and do a follow-up video about looking to the future of like what the new bridge is, you know, what that whole process looks like. And you know how production goes. Here we are in the middle of October, and this is that summer trip finally happening. But to make it cost effective, it's very difficult to go to a city just to cover one thing. I've done it before, and it's hard to So I'm trying to cover 3 things while I'm here and this live stream. So if you put all that together, then the travel starts to make better sense. And Greg is fantastic to talk to because he is very passionate on getting this done. You know, not letting what happened to the Columbia River crossing 10 years ago happen. And a lot of that is getting in even little things. So in transportation, planners talk about stakeholders. Stakeholders are all the public agencies and advocacy groups and members of the public who have a stake in the project, and so they you know, are ones that you got to coordinate with to make sure your stakeholders are happy so you can actually get the thing built. Well, Greg doesn't call them stakeholders, he calls them partners. And that's a deliberate choice, because if you call your stakeholder a partner, you imagine you think about them differently, right? They're a partner now. They're somebody who's helping you shape a project. And so just little things like that really, I think, can make a difference. And then getting in and building on CRC. So instead of, you know, I could see, you know, I don't know how much control he would have over it, you know, versus you know, state legislatures and things, but I could see it being really tempting when you're an executive over something to feel like, oh no, we got to do this my way. You've probably seen it with executives in places where you've worked, where it's like they've got to have their fingerprints on something from top to bottom, so they start something over from the ground up, because it's like, well, I gotta show them this is the way it should be done or whatever. And the nice thing with this project is they're not doing that. They're taking mostly what all the good work that CRC already did 10 years ago, and instead of starting the environmental impact statement all over again, they're starting with saying, okay, let's do a supplemental environmental impact statement. And that's something that happens from time to time, where you have you know, let's say a region's planning a freeway. They think federal money is going to come through, maybe help them build it, or state legislature is going to authorize some money. So they go to all this trouble. They go through the federally required environmental impact statement process, thinking that when the process is done, the money will show up and they'll be able to do it. Well, an environmental impact statement expires. I can't remember if it's 5 years or 10 years, but it reaches a point where the argument is the conditions around the project have changed enough that you kind of need to at least do a supplemental EIS to document how things might have changed. And so that's what they're doing here, because they're working with a 10-year-old EIS, is getting in and trying to say, okay, well, if things have changed, what's changed and what's different? And one of the things I asked Greg is, I said, well, so what's changed? He said, the climate change has actually had a much bigger role in it, because before the argument in the EIS was, well, this climate change thing's probably happening, so we ought to think about it. And this other one is really getting in and saying, okay, what can we do to actually reduce greenhouse gases and meet some of the requirements the state of Washington and the state of Oregon are requiring? And so that helps play a role in, you know, justifying different ways to try to keep traffic moving, so you're not wasting fuel idling, and also trying to get at crosswalk closed. All right, guess we're going this way. Anyway, Greg Johnson is fantastic to talk to. Now I have to sit down tomorrow and go through a fantastic interview that ran 55 minutes and somehow narrow it down to less than 5 minutes, or definitely less than 10 minutes of sound bites, because I try to shoot for videos to be about 10 to 12 minutes, because they really get unwieldy if they're too long. And how do you do that when everything he said was pretty solid? So we'll have to, that's writing is the hard part, you know. Oops. Okay. So this is Burnside Street here. And Hanson writes, new car shuts off when it idles. That helps. I really like what the hybrid cars do, where all your slow speed moving is electric. And so there is no starter, because it kind of, like on an old clutch car where you just let the clutch out once you're rolling to get the engine spinning. It's effectively what the hybrid car does, but it does it with an electric motor. Okay, now let's, I actually ought to look and see where I'm going. I'll tell you what, let's walk down this way, because much I want to cross Burnside. I know the freak show I promised to show you as you get closer to the river. So I really wish I had brought that other phone. How great it would be to hop on a scooter to show you a lot of this stuff, but that's okay. I'm just still kicking myself about that. Okay, you know the difference between an engine and a motor, writes Chandel Ballard. Well, there's an electric motor and an engine uses gasoline, but I grew up just hillbilly enough that I don't mind calling a gasoline engine a motor. So, but I suppose technically it's like people who get cement and concrete mixed up, right? You put a cement in concrete along with the aggregate to make concrete, but people will still call it cement, you know, even though it's cement, right? But yeah, you know, being pedantic about stuff's not the worst thing, right? You know, it's good to. We have specific words for a reason, because we're trying to communicate specific things. The one I run into all the time is calling, you know, what do you call this thing here? And I say, well, it's called a stoplight. And I've had people correctly point out, no, it's not a stoplight, that's a traffic signal. I say, well, you're right, it is called a traffic signal, but most people know it as a stoplight. So I purposely use both terms interchangeably, because one is the correct engineering term, and then the other one is the term everybody knows. And so it's Fifth Avenue, that's that same transit corridor we were walking down earlier, runs up to Pioneer Courthouse Square. So one of the two transit couplets. You're seeing it down on the Burnside end here. Burnside is you know, Portland, kind of like Washington, D.C., is chopped up into quadrants. So you have the northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest parts of town, as well as actually kind of a fifth, I wouldn't call it a quadrant, it would be a quintrant, whatever 5 would be, because of the way the river turns. The area that's on the other side of the river but would be northwest, they'll actually call that North Portland. Well, Burnside is the dividing line between north and south. So northwest, north, and northeast, and southeast and southwest. Burnside splits that. So we're on the southwest side. Most of downtown Portland is on the southwest side. See, when you're on foot, you can find parking structures everywhere, but earlier when I was in my car, I couldn't find anything. So this is the famous sign. The Keep Port, not that one. Not the Dante's Cabaret, I don't know what that is. But this Keep Portland Weird sign is, you can buy bumper stickers that, I don't think this is the original one. It seemed like when I lived here before, the sign was somewhere else, because you could see it from the light rail train, and they moved it, I don't know, they knocked down the building and built a new building or whatever. I believe this is a replacement, but that is a, you know, you get anybody that comes to Portland, it's like there's three things you do. You go to Powell's City of Books, you go to see the Portland Weird sign, and then of course you go across the street is Voodoo Donuts. So if you're into very strange but evidently delicious donuts. It says open almost 24 hours. That's interesting. Donuts and I don't get along like we used to. Shotcat writes, I'm planning to move out there from Iowa. Super excited to live in a bikeable city with transit. Yeah, if you're in particularly downtown, which is pretty expensive and busy, that's where we've been so far. But even northeast Portland's quite good because you can access off that North Portland. Our friend who stopped by, who works at Amazon, he's in North Portland. There's the yellow Max line. Northeast Portland has the blue and red lines going out that way. So that's not too bad. Somebody's having a bad day there. No point making their day worse. Yeah, so this is the area. Everything kind of in this direction, you get into what's called the Pearl District, and it's more an area that all the artists moved to back like in the 90s because it was cheap. You know, and I could see that, like if the type of money I make on YouTube's not a lot, and it'd be really neat if there was a cheap place I could work, be able to edit videos and whatever, you know. But the problem is artists move to an area and then people think, oh, how trendy, this is the area where all the artists live. And then that sort of ruins the area because it gentrifies and they build a bunch of condos. And then you end up with kind of the thing I'm still trying to wrap my head around. Yeah, and this is a big issue if we're trying to address housing in cities, is that building more supply should help stabilize rents and bring it down. And I think big picture it definitely does. But the stuff that makes it through the cumbersome approval process is often very high end, because they're trying to maximize. And so then that kind of resets the rent price in the neighborhood, and even existing housing units, they end up going up in price, not down. You think like, oh, well, we flooded the market with 800 more units. But it's like, well, because that area is so nice, now people just want to live near that new building. They'll go move into the old building now. So the old building puts in some new paint and carpet, and then the price of those units go up. And so you end up gentrifying the entire neighborhood on something that actually should have been stabilizing prices. And then that contributes to the problem. So I'm just trying to scratch my head on that, because the alternative is to do what San Francisco did, which is they say, oh, we'll just make it impossible to build new supply because that phenomena happens. Well, if you don't add any new supply, you end up in a situation where the rents definitely skyrocket because you're not adding any supply. You know, you're in trouble either way. So what do you do if you want to try to actually get rent prices to come down? And I don't know the answer, because so far it seems like no matter what we do, rent prices just go up. And so my intuition says, well, just keep adding supply, and eventually you oversaturate the luxury market, it'll start to, older luxury units will spill into the, you know, it sounds scarily like trickle-down economics, but I don't know what else to consider at this point. There's never going to be, you know, you can't do all government subsidized because you never have enough subsidy to go around, you know, so I'm just not sure what the right answer is. So we're in kind of the, so this is 5th and Cooch, not Couch. And so I think they kind of they say Old Town, Chinatown area. You start seeing some surface parking lots, and it's not quite as expensive as the downtown. So it's a little bit of a, you know, different experience. And somewhere here along 5th is where the Keep Portland Weird sign, I swear, it used to be, because I remember being able to see it, but I couldn't tell you where the neat thing is that, you know, I'm thinking this next block, the building may be brand new, but with the way they did the brickwork and stuff here, it doesn't stand out as obviously being a new building. And so even if this whole block is brand new, which I suspect it is, and maybe that's where the sign used to be, I don't know. Maybe that's why I don't recognize it. Oh, we can stop and see the sign here. So we started over here by the river. We worked our way over to the courthouse and the square, which I think it actually goes around the square right here. Excuse me. We worked our way up to Burnside, and now we're working our way over to either the Streel Bridge or the Broadway Bridge, and I can show you the northeast part of town. So that's where we're at the moment. Yeah, I think this entire block has changed since I lived here. You know, it's a completely different building here. Checking super chats here. Looks like I'm all caught up. So we'll head back over to the regular chat here and see what we got going on. Mario writes, the sign is on the side of Dante's. Yeah, and we walked by it, but I don't know if that's the original sign. I swear it used to be like along Fifth Avenue here, but I might be mistaken. It's been long enough. I don't recall. Major Hurricane writes, something surprising I learned recently, though talking to Amtrak, is that none of the C-Tran buses go directly to the Amtrak station in Vancouver. I don't know much about the Vancouver side because I didn't live over there. I know the Amtrak building here in Portland is an interesting spot because I think the city had planned to fix it up nice and figured out that I think it needs an enormous amount of money, like $200 million, because the whole building is sinking. KGW has a great story if you want to check it out. Look up Portland Amtrak and Portland Union Station. But they even went and talked to a guy whose office is in there. The rent is super cheap for his business because the building's in such bad shape structurally. And you can see settlement of the building where the gap under his doorway, on the right side of the doorway is the normal, you know, half an inch. And it's like 2 or 3 inches just on the left side of the doorway because there's such terrible slope to the entire building as it leans in that direction. And so just getting in and trying to get the building back up to code, it's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars. And so it's kind of a, you know, they say proverbial white elephant, right? Where the building is too important to the city to tear down. In fact, there it is in the distance there, that tower. We'll go walk over by it. the building is too important for the city to tear it down. But as you can see, there are probably more pressing matters to the city than spending $200 million on a historic building. So they offered it to Amtrak, said, hey, why don't you guys buy the building and fix it up? And Amtrak, more or less, they didn't say this, but they said, well, I've got the green. You know, Amtrak has more important things than buying a building that needs $200 million worth of work, so they passed on it. So now they're trying to find a buyer, and I'm sure a stipulation of selling the building is that you can't just come in and knock it down. You think you're going to have to actually put money into it to fix it back up and bring it to code. Well, then your tenants who are in there, what kind of rent do you have to charge them to, you know, and the thing I'm just spitballing on this, but what rent would Amtrak pay to have their trains stop there? And does a tenant accidentally run into a situation where, because they put so much money into fixing the building up, that they say, okay, for your trains to stop here, you got to pay this enormous amount of money. And Amtrak basically says, oh, well, we're not paying it. You know. And so then you end up with a situation where you have a building that they spent an enormous amount of money on, with no tenants in it. So I can see that being a problem. So anyway, you can check out like I said, KGW Channel 8 on their YouTube channel has a interesting video going inside the building there. But so this would be where Amtrak would land, and at this point I have a choice. We go to the left, go over the Broadway Bridge, and more directly get up to where that freeway cap's going to be, and probably have a little more daylight. Or we can turn south, and you can see in the distance there the Streel Bridge, which is the old bridge that the US 99, that highway that was the freeway along the waterfront, what it went over. And it's an interesting bridge because the light rail trains and cars both use that. So I give you a moment in the comments to decide which way you'd prefer I go. Like I say, to the left or to the right. So choose your own adventure here. Meantime, I'll walk across the street so you can get a closer look at, and hear a train ding, ding, dinging. We have an Amtrak getting ready to pull out. Hear the hiss of a brake. Now this one's here, says the train's operated by ODOT and WSDOT. And I wonder if it's like Amtrak in California where it says it's operated by Caltrans. So we got, oh man, pretty split. Some votes for turning right, some votes for turning left. Meantime, you can see this really noisy Amtrak Cascades train pulling away. Wonder if it goes over the Streel Bridge as well. Everybody panicked shortly after the incident with the sorry, it's kind of loud. The incident with the bridge in Baltimore falling into the river. Everybody panicked because a train derailed on the Streel Bridge. I think it was a freight one. And so they closed the bridge indefinitely because they wanted to inspect it and make sure it wasn't at a collapse risk. And so everybody was going, oh no, is this Portland's Baltimore moment? And then it ended up being that, no, it was, yeah. Sorry, it's pretty loud. It ended up being fine. They had the bridge open, I think, by that afternoon. So, okay, well, let's go through the comments here, and I've got to make a decision. And Broadway, turn right. Broadway is better to look from than Steel. Go to the east side. Well, I'm going to go to the east side either way. Streel Bridge is more interesting. Chinese Garden, Streel Bridge. I like the Steel deck. Worth noting that the MAX train runs on the Steel. Portland Streetcar runs over Broadway. Oh, I didn't know that. The streetcar's new. That's the Cascades. It runs from Vancouver to Eugene. I love taking the Cascades from Seattle back home to Vancouver. Broadway Bridge is just a strode over water, but bad for the environment. The train out of Seattle. Steel Bridge, my favorite. World's only. Well, I'm going to make the executive decision. We're going to go do the Steel Bridge. Because we'll end up back over at Broadway. Some point, maybe that's the way I walk back home, because I go back to my car, because I'll have to come back over the river. It shows the importance of bus service in a downtown, even where you have really good rail, multiple light rail lines coming in, that they still have double length buses and things, a whole bus mall here and everything. Still, TriMet still having that part of the system. Like I say, here's where the rail turns to go over the bridge. Another one of the TV stations, Channel 6, KGW's fierce competitor. Yeah, they have some fun names in the Northwest, because you have Coin down here, and then you go up to Seattle, you have King, K-I-N-G, and then they simulcast with another one that's K-O-N-G, Kong. So you have King Kong. It seemed like there was another one, Como, K-O-M-O. I believe Como's up in Seattle. K2. KATU, which is here in Portland. So Coin, KATU. KGW is the boring one of the three, but they seem to be the most, at least with their social media and YouTube presence, seem to be one of the more got it together outlets. Have some really polished. You want something fun to watch, like so fun. I mean, I don't even want to tell you to close the stream and go watch something else and come back, but go look at KGW. Got the raw footage of, I believe it was last summer, or it might have been summer of 23. There was a big parade. I think it has something to do with the Rose Festival in Northeast, where we're walking toward. And a guy who was having a very bad day and was either having just a bad day with his temper, or maybe he was on something, but he got mad that all the freeway off-ramps to that part were all closed. And so he got mad, ran the barricade, drove up on the bushes to get around ODOT's barricades, and then drove through the parade route with people running out of the way. It's funny because nobody got hurt. Everybody got out of his way. And the cops started chasing him, and he just started blasting through the parade route. But here's what makes it particularly funny, is they subpoenaed his own dash cam footage, so you can see his reaction from inside the car. It was one of those where you have the front cam, back cam, and the interior cam to look at the driver. And he's blasting this just weird country rap music. And there's just something about a guy going about 45 miles an hour through a parade route with the cops chasing him. And he makes a left turn to exit the parade route, and people get out of his way, but he drives over their blanket, and it's blasting country rap music the whole time. There's something about that that's just oddly endearing in a yeah, but he should kind of way. So you get a chance, at least favorite that as a watch later. And like I say, I think it was KGW that got the full footage, subpoenaed it from the court. So we're walking on to the Streel Bridge. That was, again, like I say, part of Highway 99W back in the day. And so I know this bridge really well, because this was my viaduct into downtown. When I lived here, I didn't take my car into Portland. I took the blue line. And so Tom writes, that's not funny. No, it's, in fairness, like what he did was extremely criminal. I'm not laughing because like, oh, that's hilarious, if everybody should do it, but just like the absurdity of it. Like it got to the point where it wasn't real anymore. It was, I don't know how to describe it. Like the guy like behaved in such a cartoon manner. I don't know. I think it's just, when you hear the country rap music to go with it, that's just, it turns into like an episode of The Simpsons at that point. Pretty good trains are pretty, well, that one's less so, but the trains have quite a bit of ridership on them tonight. As you'd expect for the MAX. And that's the question, is how many of these people are heading downtown versus passing through on their way out to Beaverton and Hillsborough. And I could see that if a lot of them are just people passing through, that, yeah, I could see that getting pretty annoying. Of every time you want to go through, you have to go through all the downtown stops. That would grow old after a while, right? So Ahmed writes, what do you think of the Twin Cities? I'm looking to move there. Well, it's weird for it to be so cold in September. So if you like cold weather, and the stereotype of a Minnesotan is absolutely true, where I describe them as, for the most part, pretty sincere and friendly, but given the choice between the two, friendly is going to trump sincere, in the sense that it's more important to be nice than it is to maybe be honest. And so if you start to get fed up with somebody, they'll like kind of grit their teeth and smile and like still try to be nice. But everybody does that everywhere, and people are mostly the same no matter where you go. But I did notice that some. The other thing I thought was interesting, is probably not relevant to your situation, is in California, if I am working on a video and so I'm filming in public, the public couldn't care less. And so you end up with people who they actually want to be in the video. That's true of the West Coast in general anyway. Portland's that way some too, where you say, you know, somebody comes up, hey, what are you up to? Hey, come be in the video. Oh, okay, you know. It's police and security who look at you funny because they want to make sure you're staying out of trouble, that you're not some prankster who's trying to cause, you know, mayhem and, you know, hassle customers or whatever, right? I've had in LA in particular, security guards get mad, chase me off of parking structures and stuff. But in Minnesota, it was flipped. The police and security couldn't care less. They didn't mind at all that I was filming, couldn't be bothered. But random people of the public. I had one guy in downtown Minnesota, old white guy, come up to me and say, I just want to let you know that you do not have my consent to appear in your video. And I said, well, then stay out of it. I'm downtown. What do you want me to do? You know? And so, but the biggest thing in Minnesota is, I'd say, it had some really decent transit. You know, it wasn't Portland, but it was still really decent. And flip around here, you can see one of the old freeway ramps there. So this would be the old Highway 99, and I'm thinking that other ramp that has the rails on it in the middle, it'd be fun to go back and look at the aerial photography and see how much of that's been rebuilt and how much of that was they just converted an old highway ramp into and I'm being corrected. Downtown Minnesota is, what I mean is downtown Minneapolis. Yeah, no, I too many min words. You know, there's on the Google Maps, there's a suburb up in Vancouver, Washington, Minnehaha, and then I looked up, and I think that's also a part of the Minneapolis metro area. I was going to look that up the other day, but So you can see from here the Broadway Bridge. That was the other one we had a choice to walk across. And over here, this big grain silo building used to have an ad. This is more cute and quaint 20 years ago when Amazon.com was a giant bookstore that happened to sell a few other things. And at the backside, there's a transit mall, we'll see here in a minute, was painted. Even Amazon.com wouldn't fit here or something. Or Amazon.com wouldn't even fit here or something. The idea being that it was such a huge company that even a giant building like this couldn't hold all the books you get at Amazon.com. Which today sounds ridiculous, where like every single square inch is now Amazon warehouses, but at the time, it was pretty clever. Hey, I think I just saw a super chat squeak through here. I want to make sure I get to it. Major Hurricane, thank you very much. Major Hurricane writes, thank you for so much for all that you do. Having no ads is so amazing. Just want to help out. Yeah, I mean, oh, sorry. I want to get to a point where, you know, in a perfect world, it would be so cool to get to a point where I could just even on YouTube, just be like, okay, I'm turning all the YouTube ads off. But a couple of problems is one, I can't afford to do that. And two, YouTube has a way of, on videos that I have said, oh, I'm not going to run the ads, or I'm not going to run the ads in the middle. I found they don't promote those videos, and I think the reason why is because half the revenue goes to YouTube, and they're providing a service of all the video streaming and the servers and, you know, all the software development and everything, and so they're just as invested in me. You know, partly why they're promoting videos that they want you to click on is because if you do, they make half the money for providing the platform, which I think that's actually a reasonable profit share, the 50-50 split that they tend to do. But the nice thing with Patreon is because Patreon's platform is just mostly just payment processing. Their split's not bad. I think it's 5% for them, and then Visa or MasterCard maybe do another 5%. So it splits 90-10. So that one is the one that really can become the bulk of being able to actually go toward production. This building's pretty impressive. This bridge is pretty impressive because it's another lift bridge. So get over here on the other side, I'll stop and let this gentleman walking behind me by, so I'm not blocking the road here. Yeah, I'll let you by. But you can see, anytime you're dealing with a lift, it gets pretty complicated because you're having to feel the whole structure shake as that bus went by. It shook really good. We're right at one of the expansion joints here. You might even be able to hear that vibration. But I mean, it's pretty impressive. I tend to think of things as being more disposable. You say, oh, a structure is 60 years old. It's reached the end of its usable life. But I suppose if you can keep the rust off of it, and it's in a mild climate, you have an agency that takes good care of it, and it's not functionally outmoded in the sense that, like, you know, you need something that's 4 times as wide. Probably can make this thing last for a very, very long time. One of the newer light rail trains coming by. I might have been mistaken earlier, because now that maybe they weren't trains quite that new, but I think I do remember some of the light rail trains being more flush entry like that. So, which if you're a patron on Patreon, you've probably seen the video that's going to come out for everybody else on Monday about the baby bus. And the baby bus is fun. Santa Maria, California just bought 15 of them. And they're flush entry, kind of like that light rail car where the floor of the bus is maybe 6 inches off the ground or something. There's no stairs to have to get onto the bus, and so it just makes it a lot of fun because they're just so small and cute, and drive just like a car. It's kind of like driving a mid-sized SUV or large SUV, but you end up with something that's sorry, I got noisy there for a minute. You end up with something that's easy to drive, but still is built like a bus where the floor is really low, so it's really easy for somebody in a wheelchair to get on and off, or an elderly person who can't climb stairs. And so, like I say, check that out if you're pay any money on Patreon. That's available right now if you want to go watch it. And that one has no ads in it. And then on YouTube, what I try to do is avoid putting sponsors in it, frankly, because most of the sponsors are so awful and just their tackiness that they're trying to have me sponsor products that, and then the others, they say, well, we want like a minute and a half at the top of the video, and I go, no, like that's just no. I'm hoping that I can create something that, despite its goofiness at times or silliness, is still professional enough and fact-checked enough that a city council or city planning commission or whatever they could play it as a way to be thinking about ideas, or a low-level engineering class in a community college could play it, and it would not be out of place to have as something in the curriculum or in the meeting. And if I'm hawking really questionable VPNs or watches or I mean, one company is a dash cam company that I actually buy my dash cam from, but I'm not going to, and I like their product, but I just don't want to spend a minute and a half hawking a dash cam. And so I made a choice earlier on to say, okay, well, which route do I want to go? Do I want to be more like PBS or more like everybody else on YouTube? And to what would have been a financial detriment, I said I'll be more like PBS, And by the way, this is where the Trailblazers play here. But I think that what made up for it is, like PBS, there's a lot of people who appreciate that PBS isn't trying to hawk them and sell them something every commercial break. And so outside of the YouTube ads that I have to run so YouTube can pay for the platform, and a little bit of revenue that does generate for me, by far you guys make it up for me. The way I see it is each of you contributing a little bit each month, that is my sponsor. And so I have a sponsor for the video that pays the amount that you collectively contribute. Let me push the button here. And so I work for you. Oh, my phone's almost dead. Let me plug the battery in. We'll cross the street in a minute. I forgot to do that in my haste and eagerness to get out of the parking garage. I almost killed the battery here. But don't worry, I got a thing for that. So what do we got here? A cord, a battery. Get that plugged in here. So we got the cord and the battery. Get this plugged in. Oh, the phone is happy again. And then I'll just grab some tape to tape this thing on. So I have my umbrella holder, and so far, how do I get this thing to work? I might need the other battery. It was charging and then it stopped. Transportation Research Board, I got that. Well, it's kind of charging. I'll try the other charger here. Maybe it's this cable. That's part of the problem, is trying to, on the fly, make all the equipment happy here. Okay, and then I'll tape that on there. Very exciting stuff here. I got my masking tape. This is not a polished production. You're out here just flying by this. See, it's charged and then it stopped charging. What's it doing? This is not good, guys. I don't understand. 4%. Well, let's hope this one keeps going. Maybe it's the cable. Okay, and then I've got really cheap masking tape that's, yeah, it says charge phone. Shoot. Okay, well, I'll figure out why this thing's not charging very well. Oh, shoot. I don't understand why it stopped. It's like it works for a second and then it quits charging. Well, this is fun. We may not have a live stream here in a minute. I can't get this thing to charge. I brought two cables and then neither of them are working right. This is not my night for technology. I still can't believe I left that other phone. You know? %. Oh no. Yes, hi.
You actually rode Tyrone?
I'm in a live stream, and come on over, but I'm in a live stream with 3% battery left and it's dying. I'm trying to get this thing to charge.
I thought you were like East Coast.
No, I'm out of California.
Oh, I mean, that's still pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Ian.
Ian. Hi, Ian. I don't know why this isn't working, but
What's the scoop with Portland?
well, hopefully they build a new bridge over the river here.
Yeah, that's been an issue for a while.
Is it charging? Keep talking. This thing's like critically low battery, and no matter what I plug in, you don't happen to have a USB-C cable on you, do you?
I do not, unfortunately. Man, that's sick, dude. Cool to see you.
That's cool. What part of town you all live in?
I'm out of Medford, Oregon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm coming to see the Blazers game.
They just about to start?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Who are they playing?
The Jazz.
Oh, well, I got to root for the Jazz on that one.
Yeah, same here.
Oh, you're a Jazz fan?
Yeah, pretty new to basketball. I only started watching last year.
Oh, yeah?
But yeah, I mean, preseason tickets were dirt cheap, so.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, there it is.
I think it's my phone. So
Really?
I don't think it's the battery. I think the charge port's all dirty. I was gonna say, hey, do you mind holding that real quick while I tape it?
Yeah, totally.
It's kind of working for the moment, so. Well, that's cool. What time's the game start?
Like 7, yeah.
You guys got a second to talk Portland transportation, or you got to scooch right in?
I know nothing about Portland transportation.
You said you're Eugene?
Medford.
Medford? Oh, okay.
It's terrible. You got like one bus.
Right. Yeah, Medford, that's almost to California, right?
Yeah, like 30 minutes
Here,
away.
come step over here. We might as well be in frame here. So, yeah, so Medford, that's where I stopped for lunch at, where did I eat when I was in Medford? Oh, it's a little mom and pop burger shop, like on where it splits into couplets. And I can't remember what it's called. It's between the two one-way streets. It's like in the middle.
That's probably, was it Burger Spot?
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
they have an
yeah.
open mic that my band played out one night.
Oh, did they?
That was cool.
Is it like in the front area, like the outdoor area?
No, they actually pack us all inside on this
It
little
wasn't-
like 5 foot by 5 foot
Oh
stage.
man,
Yeah.
yeah, because there isn't a ton of room in there, but that's still pretty cool. What kind of music you play?
It was just like dorm rock, you know. Our singer had an acoustic guitar, so we were just kind of backing her up. I was on
cool.
bass.
This is the mic, by the way.
Oh.
I don't have a better mic.
It's all good. I appreciate you being out here, man.
That's cool.
Especially at this hour. Like,
Well, the live streams I start it when people get off work.
oh,
So I start about 4 or 5 o'clock because back east it's like 7, 8 o'clock. So I got to start early enough for people on the East Coast, but then hang around long enough if the battery doesn't poop out, long enough that people are able to hang out after work on the West Coast.
oh wow, that's actually really smart.
So it's fun. We hang out. People do a few super chats. We go look at stuff all over Portland, saw Pioneer Square and stuff. So that's cool.
That's rad. Is there any update on what's happening on the bridge?
The big one over here?
Yeah.
Yes, there is. So now I have a video coming out in a couple of months. I'm going to be filming parts of it tomorrow. So it sounds like it's going to happen. It won't be significantly wider for cars. So you still have 3 lanes in each direction. You probably get a 4th, maybe 5th lane for cars coming on and off the freeway.
Oh, okay.
So that's sort of the compromise, is that they're not making it bigger because they'll, people worry that would contribute to more vehicle emissions or whatever. But they will add an extra lane because you come on at Jansen Beach, you dump off at the freeway on the other side, it comes up quick. And a light rail getting it over into the Vancouver side is probably a definite must. So between making the road slightly bigger, adding shoulders so somebody breaks down.
Oh yeah, I've had to sit in that. Ain't fun.
No lift. So they're like pretty darn sure. They're technically still studying if they added a lift, but
Are they just gonna
Not
make
gonna
it like a big arch?
it'll be kind of like you've been on the 205 bridge.
Oh, yeah,
where
yeah.
you just kind of go kind of up high. So one of the challenges, and I'm spoiling the video, but I'll still talk about this in the video, is that if the bridge gets too tall, Pearson Airport there, and you can't get too tall because you'd be in the path of airplanes. In fact, the current bridge towers are too tall already, but because they were there before airplanes existed,
they get it.
they get it exempted. So as long as they kind of stay below that height, they're in pretty good shape. But they want to also be tall enough that ships can go underneath.
Pass through.
And so the Coast Guard came back and said, well, we want something like 190 feet or something. So you think about it, it's like a 19-story building that could pass underneath. And there's no way to do both. You can't have the bridge be that high underneath and duck under the height of the towers. So what I thought was really clever, and again, spoiling the video, is there's not that many ships that go past the bridge. Because I'm thinking about it like it's St. Louis, Missouri or something, and of all the towns up the Mississippi River.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, there's like some stuff in Portland, but it's like eventually you get up to like there's a dam and there's locks and things, and like ships can't go up that. So you're really dealing with mostly ships here in town, and so you go knock on doors of like shop by shop and saying, hey, how tall of a boat do you ever foresee needing to get through? Like if we build this bridge a little shorter, could we get by with, I think they were playing with like 120 feet or something, and kind of came up with something that I think one of the shops is going to pick up and move some of their fabrication to the other side of the bridge, so that way the ships don't need to go under the bridge.
Oh wow, okay.
And so that the few that do still need to go by will still fit under the bridge. And then there's just kind of an understanding that now till the end of that bridge's life, 100 years from now. You just can only go so high under the bridge, and then that helps them fit between being too high or too.
Sounds like there's a lot of kind of stakeholders involved in this.
Yeah, they call them partners.
Partners.
Which is kind of fun. Yeah, and then so that's up and down. Then you get into the whole side to side of trying to make it fit, because if you swing too far, you wipe out all of downtown Vancouver.
Yeah.
So it's, but they sound like they're far enough in the process that they actually now have videos. You can see kind of what it might end up looking like, and fingers crossed. It sounded like this might actually happen.
Yeah, I mean that bridge, it's needed an upgrade for a while.
Yeah, I think everybody agrees old bridge is bad.
Yeah, but the hang-up is like kind of NIMBY people, right? Or is it more of a money thing?
Well, it's both. But so what happened with the old process they did 10 years ago is that the Washington legislature at the last minute got mad about there being light rail and then pulled their share of it. It was political. And so trying to work up front to not let that happen this time, to say, hey, we actually want to end up with something that everybody can live with. It might not be, the anti-freeway people aren't excited that there's going to be that accessory lane, but they're willing to put up with it because they're excited to see light rail go over the river. Some of the highway people aren't really excited to see. They say, well, why are we wasting all this money to bring light rail over? Yeah, but you're going to get a freeway that flows better, and maybe some of the drivers will take light rail instead, which will make it drive better. Okay. So by giving everybody a little bit of what they want, but not too much, it sounds like they're able to kind of meet in the middle with something that everybody can feel pretty good about. And by doing that, then you end up with something that's acceptable.
That's awesome.
And then using tolls to pay for the rest, so that the people who use the bridge pay to pay off the bridge.
So who is the main? Is it more of Oregon's thing or Washington's thing?
So so at the moment they've made something called the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program. I don't know if it's an agency or whatever. That is a joint venture between the two states.
Oh, okay.
And so they come in sort of as the planners, the government-led consultants of sorts, on behalf of all the different partners. So if you think about it, this is an Oregon Department of Transportation project, an ODOT project. This is a WSDOT, Washington State project. This is a TriMet project to get the train over. It's a CTran project, because when it lands, the CTran, the Vancouver buses will use the bridge to come into Portland. Trying to think what other agencies are involved, but by having effectively this one agency is represented, works to act on behalf of all of these agencies as a group. And the thing I didn't realize is I thought they were just planning the bridge. Once it's all done and it gets approval and it's funded, the agency completely converts into an agency that's going to hire construction contractors. And so then it's like shifts into second gear.
Okay.
And so then it's still around. Now they're trying to hire all the different companies and the hundreds of different contracts. Like, okay, you're doing digging the hole, you're putting the concrete. So you guys gonna be late for the game? I keep talking to you, but I don't want you to miss the game.
It's cool to know about it. It's nice to see you, dude.
Yeah, pleasure running into you.
Thank you.
Y'all have it, and root for the Jazz for me, all right? I got one sports team growing up, right? I gotta support the one I have. Okay, so hopefully if I don't jostle the phone, it'll keep charging and we'll be all right. So let me get caught up here. We're starting to get a little bit of rain. If it gets real bad, I'll have to stop. I'm gonna have to wipe the camera here anyway, because I don't have a cloth. It's starting to get a little bit like halos. Okay, so where were we? We have the Moda Center behind me here. Check out any super chats to see. And so again, thank you to Major Hurricane. That's kind of you. Nick Pastanix with super chat. Thank you. Nick writes, "Hey Rob, hopefully you saw Elon Musk's event the other day. What did you think?" Well, if you really have a technology to show off, why are you going to Warner Studios to do it? I think he has demonstrated himself to be a very capable and talented marketer, and trying to get investors excited into shelling out money to help him chase his next thing. And that's not a bad thing, right? You got to be able to get people excited about stuff. And he's had some crazy things, you know. I want a rocket ship that can land back on its landing pad, or the thing we saw this week where it landed back inside the launch tower, is absolutely insane. I don't even know what kind of commercial viability there is for that, but he did it, right? And so I can't call him a con artist, right? Because he does deliver on, like, for years I've been making fun of the Cybertruck as vaporware, and he delivered it. I don't think it's a good car. It's neat. I'm glad the Cybertruck got built. And for anybody who has $100,000 to spend on a third vehicle, not a good first car, not even a good second car, but as a third vehicle, I think the Cybertruck's neat. Okay, good for rich people who want to have some fun toy. Like, it's bonkers, it's experimental, it's got steer-by-wire, it's got sharp corners that'll chop pedestrians in half. You know. But I don't think it's a car that in good conscience I could recommend to anybody to actually buy. But I think in our world where everything's a crossover SUV and they all look the same, I think it's neat to have something different. And so having him come and say, hey, I have this like wacky idea for a taxi cab, I think the analysts are right to criticize it, right? So they come at it and say, well, how ADA accessible is a car with gull-wing doors? How practical is a taxi with only 2 seats? How practical is a taxi with, no cargo space, right? So I'm skeptical, right? You know, but then again, I was skeptical about a rocket ship that can land on its own landing pad. So you won't see me, and not that I'm in a position to, but you're not going to see me go out and buy Tesla stock. I think it's unbelievably expensive for what the company is or even promises to be. But I don't think Tesla's going out of business. I think I have a friend who just bought one of my first friends to actually buy an electric car. He went and bought a Model 3. And it's hard to criticize that decision, you know. If he was trying to buy a Cybertruck or even like a Model X with the gull-wing doors or something, I criticize that, but he bought a Model 3, and as far as electric cars go, that's probably not a bad choice. And so having that kind of market, customer base of people enthusiastic to buy the cars makes it hard for me to completely get on board with the hate fest this week to say, oh, he's a scam artist or whatever. But I don't know. I kind of feel like one analyst said, how much do you want to bet that the Cybercab, this autonomous taxi, was his Model 2? He was going to have the cheap car, but he's realized there's no money in cheap cars. Nobody wants to build a cheap car anymore. And so he scrapped it and just turned his Model 2 into the Cybercab as something to keep investors excited so that they can, and like everything he says, oh, this will be available in 2 years. Well, 2 means 5, 5 means 10, self-driving means never, and so but I don't know. I lost luster for Mr. Musk when he said he was going to build a tunnel from Hawthorne, California to LAX, and he was going to do it in 3 years. And somehow that was going to be solved traffic, which building a highway tunnel under the freeway is the same as just adding a lane to the freeway. Like, just do that. If that's your solution, just do that. It's cheaper. But oh my gosh, like the California Coastal Commission, like, has he ever heard of that? Like, the permits and geotech and everything that he'd have to do to build a tunnel off of his property under a city street, let alone out to LAX, he's absolutely delusional. And from that point on, I've been a skeptic of Elon Musk, and for good reason. So anyway, that's my takeaway from his event. But very well choreographed. I think it was neat. It was fun. Investors are happy. They want to, give him more money. Great, But I don't know. Any company that's holding their event at Warner Studios, I am skeptical of. So, but Endless American Traveler with a super chat. Thank you very much. You write, Rob, the I-5 Interstate Bridge is probably the #1 thing that I would have loved to have seen you cover, and find out that you're planning as such. Yes, that is why I'm here. I'm going to do a walk and talk. We'll start walking over to that other project here. And it also explains why originally I was going to start my live stream over on this side of the river and work my way into downtown, back when I thought I was going to be able to ride a scooter. And also, I couldn't figure out why the parking over here was insane. And then I realized, because what I want to show you is literally right at the stadium. So that's why. But yeah, the Interstate project, I hope I can do it justice. There's, like I say, a lot of material to go through. So, Endless American Traveler, appreciate your super chat there. And yeah, it's gonna be fun to see. I kind of hope that the thing succeeds, and by the time it does, I'm still making videos. I hopefully still will be, and it'd be fun to come back and do a follow-up on these people going to wait for me. It'd be fun to follow the project all the way through construction. Pop by once a year or something to see what they've done. And again, it's not that as I mentioned earlier, it's not that the interstate highway system is inherently, the interstate bridge in Portland, Vancouver is inherently more important than any other project. On the contrary, I think there's like the bridge between Detroit and going south into Canada, which is funny to say. I think that bridge is probably even more impressive because it has a whole freeway component next to it. But I haven't made it up to Michigan. If Michigan were closer, I would I'd probably be showing you that project instead. But I can't get to Michigan in 2 days like I can Portland. So that'll be fun to see. Let's get caught up here as I'm walking here. See on the live chat here what we got going on. They love to price gouge the parking lots by Moda Center. Supply and demand, right? Supply and demand. So we have a certain amount of supply and a certain amount of people who are willing to provide parking spaces, and when the demand spikes, the price is going to spike with it, right? So this is kind of a fun retrofit that TriMet did with the original line, is having the I-5 bridge. So you kind of see I-5 is quite narrow through central Portland. This is not a huge overpass. Thankfully, it's tall, and with some good illumination, it makes a really nice transit center here. Changing trains. Like I say, 20 years ago when I lived here, this is where I'd hop off the train, then I'd walk kind of over where we were standing a second ago, get on the yellow train, take that up to North Portland. But for the gentleman who was talking about moving to Portland, it's chilly. This is not a town that's cold. It get kind of like Pacific cold, but very rarely is it getting below freezing. It can snow, it definitely can ice up, but not routinely. It's just a few times a season. But like the typical winter day is like overcast, lightly raining, and 49 degrees, right? That's, I think right now we're probably gotta be below 60 degrees. It's starting to feel a bit nippy. I feel my nose running a little bit. Oh man, we got our first Australian, I believe that's Australian dollar super chat here. Josh Kierzer writes, any chance of covering the 217 lane expansion project? That's not the super chat, but I just thought I'd mention. Josh, I wasn't aware of a project on the 217, so I gotta, well, it won't be this trip, but I'm sure, I love Portland, so I'm sure I'll make it back here pretty soon. Okay, first super chat from Jason Dent, a significant double-digit Australian dollar super chat. So thank you very much, Jason. Writes, keep up the good work, Rob. Well, thank you very much, Jason. And it must start, maybe, I'm trying to think, I'm playing with the clock in my head. So if it gets later to the east, it's earlier to the west, but you're over the international date line, so it must be Saturday morning. So if I were to guess, it means you're having your, I don't know, British people have tea or coffee, but you're having your morning cup of Joe or cup of Earl. If you're from Utah, you have your morning cup of hot cocoa, which is why I'm 20 pounds overweight. But by the way, I discovered my hotel. I didn't grow up around coffee, right? So, you know, nothing stopping me from drinking it. I just don't like the taste of burnt beans, you know. So I go to the hotel room and they have a Keurig machine, and I know I'm going to be here for a week because I'm filming. And I thought, how fun would that be if they had the stupid little K-cups, but I put like Swiss Miss in it, you know? So I went down to Fred Meyer. Fred Meyer is a Pacific Northwest thing, a Portland, Seattle thing. It's part of the Kroger, you know, big conglomerate, right, of stores. And Fred Meyer is sort of a Walmart competitor, a Target competitor. So I go there to get some food and things so I can get by, because fast food's gotten very expensive. And so when I travel, I do a lot of buying from the deli and things to keep my costs down. Especially if the room has a, you know, microwave. And I see the Keurig machines. I go to Fred Meyer, and sure enough, you can get little Swiss Miss K-cups. And it's so fun. I've never used a Keurig machine, so to put these little K-cups in there, and then I have like so much trash. Like, I think K-cups have to be probably one of the most just wasteful things I've ever used. But it's so fun. You put it in, you pour the water in, you click the little button, and then like a few minutes later, my hot chocolate comes out. Add a little milk. It's a lot of fun. So I can see why people like that with their coffee. But anyway, thank you again, Jason, for your very generous super chat. Mayor of Munchkinland, double digit. Hi. Right. Any plans of doing LA Metro D line extension between UCLA and Union Station? I didn't know about. Oh no, that's the subway tunnel. That's the big project. I think that one. No, I don't have plans for that at the moment. But I think I've walked up too far. By the way, Oregon Convention Center has weird towers there. The D-Line project, yeah, it's kind of been happening in the background. I haven't been paying that close of attention to it because it's like, I don't know, I just haven't. The one I've been more interested in the planning stages, but I also don't have plans yet for anything specific, is the Sepulveda Pass metro project of running light rail or heavier rail product up over where Interstate 405 goes between the San Fernando Valley and like Santa Monica. Very busy stretch of freeway because there's no alternate route, and a very enormously expensive project to, by the way, I'm sorry to change subject. This is Burgerville. This is sort of like the in and out of the Pacific Northwest of Portland. And so I was very nostalgic for Burgerville. And I said, all right, while I'm here, I'm in town, I'm in Portland, I've got to stop at a Burgerville location and get a burger and fries. So I went through the drive-through right before an interview, one I had with somebody down south of here. and I was meeting him on site to film. Ran through the drive-thru, got my burger, got my fries, and without sales tax, because Oregon has no sales tax, somehow the burger, which was not particularly filling, was like $13.99. Yeah, 13. And the fries were, I don't know, another $3, $4. And my ticket to get out was like $18.47 or something. And I couldn't believe how unbelievably expensive. And I'm trying to remember, was Burgerville expensive back when I lived here 20 years ago? Because I don't remember eating there very often. Maybe it's just always been that way. But all I know is my nostalgia for Burgerville has gone way downhill after that. And when you're to the point, and it'd be one thing if the sit-down restaurants had skyrocketed in price as well, but there's actually some pretty good deals. I know the one I've been doing is Red Robin on Tuesdays. I think for about $11 you get the cheeseburger with the unlimited sides, and so you get, excuse me for sniffling, my nose is running out of a Kleenex on me. So you get a side salad with the burger, round of fries, nice big filling meal, pay the tip, you're out the door for, it might be $18, but at least I got a nice salad and unlimited fries and things with it, versus Burgerville where I'm left hungry and I paid $18, So I'm scratching my head, because in California, the common, folk knowledge of why fast food got expensive is because of the $20 an hour minimum wage, which is fine. I don't mind people, life's tough. I don't mind helping people make a decent wage. But Oregon doesn't have that. And so to see sky-high prices in this state as well is making me confused about that folk knowledge of going, well, is it the $20 an hour minimum wage, or is it something else? And so I don't know. And I'm also a little befuddled why the price of fast food, probably the biggest culprit being McDonald's, went up so much higher than other prepared food, like I say, sit-down dining. It's kind of like fast food doubled in price, or felt like that, where sit-down dining maybe went up, I don't know, 30, 40, 50%, which is still a lot, but it's not like, and then grocery, went up less than that. So it's been a good thing for me, because where I, being single, ended up eating way too much prepared food. I've ended up actually cooking quite a bit more, and discovering, based on my doctor's orders, that microwave broccoli and coliferous vegetables like broccoli are good for my liver and good for my health, and theoretically good for my weight, though the scale hasn't shown it budge in either direction. I'm just trying to keep walking here. Okay, anyway, enough on we're at the point we're talking broccoli, but what were we talking about here? Oh, the LA Metro D-line extension between UCLA and Union Station. So the answer is, yeah, I probably should cover that story. I don't have a good contact with Metro at the moment, but I think a lot of it would be trying to find a right angle, because it's such a massive project. It would be fun to I know that there's going to be a lot of local media that will want to take a look at the D-line project, and so some of it is trying to find what's the unique angle. Like even the Interstate Bridge replacement project, a lot of the angle has to do with getting into either really deep scientific stuff, but also engineering stuff, I mean, but also looking at what do you do when you have stakeholders who have feelings, and those strong feelings collide, and maybe take an angle like that too. I'm not sure. But I'll have to think about that. That's the hard part. The hardest part about all this is that being a one-man outfit, I'm already drowning in about 6 or 7 big projects that I want to tackle, and somebody comes along and suggests another really good story, and they go, "Ah, man!" And so then I have to sound non-committal and say, "Well, maybe if I get time, I get around to it." Not because it isn't a really good story, but I don't want to get somebody's hopes up that, oh yeah, I'm going to go run out and cover the story, and then find what often can happen, which is the project gets done before I get a chance to get caught up to chew at it, And so that's what happened to me with the Seattle 99 tunnel, where in Seattle they had that big ugly viaduct that was ready to fall down, and so they for years built the tunnel. That started long before I even was making Road Guy Rob videos, but it would have been fun to go cover the demolition of the viaduct. Well, what happened is the pandemic. I didn't have nearly the Patreon that you've helped build up that makes it easier to stretch out and go cover stuff. I remember just doing Phoenix without freeways was a very questionable stretch of trying to figure out how to make this work. Okay, I have walked one way and I've walked the other. Where's the freeway? I'm at Weidler. Okay, this is one of the streets that crosses the freeway. So I should have gone north, and I went. Anyway, we're having fun. We're talking. It's raining gently. It's everything's good. But anyway, hopefully, like I say, as I get better at learning how to more efficiently edit and write things, like trying to chop up sound bites from interviews like the same day as the interview, just something new. I bought a laptop this year so I can do some rudimentary video editing in the hotel. That is faster. That baby bus video, I taped it traveling on like September 16th or something like that, and it's already turned around. Now that's a rare case, but that was an example of spending 4 days in a town and going interview, edit and write, shoot, leave. And so that was sort of a model that I'm trying to copy. But with the Portland trip, I'm trying to say, okay, well, can I do like 10 days and 3 videos? And so far the answer is yes, if I don't get any sleep. And that's not sustainable, because then what happens is I have a day where I just sleep trying to get caught up. And so, but as I can strike a balance and try to get more lean and efficient without hurting the quality of the finished video, maybe even having it be a bit better, eventually maybe get more things out. By the way, the guy who totally lost his mind, the video that I still think is funny, even though it was super dangerous, this is right here. So when he comes off the freeway, this exit's blocked off from the 5. He charges the barricade. Sidewalk's all lined up with people here. He flips the corner and then tries to turn into a driveway, I think to make a U-turn, but sees it's chained off, and at that point the crowd's ready to start beating him up. So he just, like I think he's on drugs. He just totally lost it, and then starts taking off down the street going like 40 miles an hour. But thankfully people saw him, everybody got out of his way. And then he goes down about 3-4 blocks, turns right, then tries to get out of the parade again, and that time he ran over somebody's blanket, which I don't know. It was just absolutely, it was just like surreal, like with the music playing and everything. But this is the spot, I-5 at Weidler, 1 block south of Broadway. So thank you. So we're into the area where this project will be. So I'm going to walk over to the other side of the freeway so we can see it a bit better. But the idea is you have 2 sets of couplets. So the north-south ones and the east-west ones. And so part of the challenge is well, you have these couplets crossing. The freeway kind of travels diagonally underneath here. Why not just, when you're replacing the bridges with wider ones, build a huge bridge and just make a park out of the thing? And so I think that's some of the thinking. So we'll walk over here where you can see down to the freeway. This is actually where I wanted to start the live stream at first, but I couldn't find parking because of the game. And I thought, oh, I'll start on the waterfront riding a scooter, but I forgot my phone. There's a streetcar. That's new. The streetcar was not here. There was no Portland streetcar when I lived here 20 years ago, and so it's weird to think that there's two ways into central Portland from this neighborhood now. I mean, I thought it was neat before just having the MAX train, but have a streetcar as well. Okay, so as we look over the bridge here, so I keep clicking the button to switch the camera here, so you can kind of get an idea. So you have I-5, but it only has 2 lanes in each direction. And there's the, that's not even the other couplet there, that's one of the north-south couplets. So you have a bridge that goes east and west here, a bridge that goes north and south, and we can walk around the corner and show you there's another one that goes east and west. So you have this network of like 3 overpasses in a row. And then another part of the challenge is on this other side, you have Interstate 84 ends. And it dumps, it goes south over that double-decker bridge I was showing you at the beginning of the live stream if you were hanging out here a couple of hours ago. And then I-5 going up to Washington toward the Interstate Bridge, the new one that we've been talking about all evening. That's to the north going this direction. And I think Oregon, now me thinking as a Utah, as a Californian, I go, well, yeah, if you're coming in here, make this thing 5 lanes each way. Have a carpool lane and like 3 through lanes and an auxiliary lane of traffic coming on and off, maybe 2. So like really go all out, but then just build it as a tunnel and then just put the city over the top of it as a cap. And then you're good. And who cares how big the freeway is, because it's all underground. But genuinely, people in Portland really are concerned with induced demand. They're worried that if you build the freeway big, you're going to end up with big traffic jams. And there's a case to be made for that. I think it's half right and half wrong, because at a certain point, if you're a region where you don't have transit options, it's like the old car people used to say, there's no replacement for displacement in terms of engine size. At a certain point, you do need capacity. But this is a region where they say, no, we're good with like not being too concerned with capacity. They've been focused on building some really nice transit stuff. And so the idea is, well, that extra lane on the freeway is the yellow MAX line, right? That'll go up over the bridge when they build the new bridge. So, okay, that's fine. But Oregon DOT are still saying, well, the cars are they're literally right down there coming on the freeway from I-84, and there's no merge space. We have to drop the lane really fast of all the cars coming on the freeway because we got to get down to 2 lanes. And they could probably restripe it and squeeze 3 lanes through there, but they really like having a breakdown lane because, if you get rid of, and you do this in LA, you get rid of your breakdown lane, you find that somebody breaks down, and then the freeway's useless at that point because they're blocking a lane. We'll go on to this north-south viaduct here so we can get another look. And so that's some of the ideas going, okay, we'll add some capacity. Let's at least add the breakdown lane, the auxiliary lane. So you have that 3rd lane that's not even really intending to carry a lot of cars through per se. It's the idea that you have, and same going this direction on the southbound side, you have traffic that's preparing to exit the freeway to I-84. I believe they might have a third lane. I'm not sure. I'm not seeing anybody in it if they do. And so that's sort of the theory, is that having that extra auxiliary lane on the southbound side. And I think, again, it's like, well, if we want to do things for cars in a region where, especially a neighborhood that's not really excited about making it easier to drive a car, what can we give this community that would make them more excited to let us do something positive for cars? And so that was, I think, where they came up with the idea of, well, we'll put a cap on it from that street all the way up to this street and beyond. This will all just be a big park, you know, where the focus, yeah, these city streets will still cross through, but for the most part, it's mostly designed on making a really nice experience. And I could see it also being a redevelopment opportunity because, you know, there's some more low-slung type stuff like the gas station here. Nobody, you know, gas station being next to a freeway makes a lot of sense. But if you're sitting there saying, oh, we're going to be next to a park, well, now maybe that, you know, a high-rise residential building or something, you know, because they want to, people would like to live next to the park, you know. So that's some of the theory. So we're now on the third bridge, and it looks like there's a fourth one, actually. So this is the southbound lanes. So you can kind of see, like I say, we're on a bridge. There's a bridge, and in the distance, you can see the third bridge where we first started. Now, to me, a lot of this all kind of makes sense. I go, yeah, that sounds like a reasonable compromise. My gut instinct of wanting to see if they stop for us. That guy didn't, but that's okay. Give people something. So you're not getting all the lanes that somebody like me would want, but we're getting something. And the neighborhood's getting extra lanes maybe they don't want, but it's all going underground so they won't have to see it. So it's kind of a win-win. And to me, I think that would just settle it. We'd have a project and I'd be talking about it. Except it's gone to court. So there is, I got to meet the lead plaintiff at one of the Interstate Bridge meetings. And he makes the case that any capacity is bad for climate change. That if we're trying to take climate change seriously, we shouldn't be adding any new lanes of freeway whatsoever, full stop. And I think the problem is that kind of my all or nothing approach is just a killer of projects. And I'd be more sympathetic to his cause if this was a huge widening, but it's not. You're talking an aux lane, you know. And people get really passionate about the aux lanes here. They there was a meeting of the and I don't want to tease the head of the. Well, I'll tease him. So on the hotel TV of the public access cable stuff, right? And Greg Johnson is the administrator of the Interstate Bridge, was talking with the, I think it was the Metro board. And I'm in the hotel about to interview this guy. And I go, oh my gosh, this is him talking about the bridge to other people. And sorry, I'm playing with the tripod here, trying to get where I can set it down. So bear with me for a moment. And so that was kind of weird. The guy I'm about to interview is on TV. And the Metro Board member, she got pretty upset about adding auxiliary merging lanes to the project because she's arguing, well, if you have one aux lane that goes to another aux lane that goes to another aux lane, pretty soon you end up with like 5 miles of aux lanes. She argues that's just a highway widening. And so she was really pushing back on auxiliary lanes being added to the project at all. And so I could see that argument being used here, saying, oh, well, aux lane is just code for widening. And that happens, by the way. California has a totally, I don't want to ever editorialize, but they have a state law that says basically any transportation project that makes more people want to drive more miles is bad and you shouldn't do it. But it's incredibly vague, and it doesn't count for trucks. And so where the freeways have to get widened in California lately, they've been adding truck lanes. So they say, oh, this is a hill climbing lane for the trucks. It's not for the cars, because if we add a car lane, that'll make people drive more. And so I get it that there are backdoor ways to widen a freeway. But I also know, like, gray markets exist, right? So if you have a real demand for something because it's kind of a necessity, but you make it illegal, then people go to the gray market to get it instead. And so in a lot of ways, you're better to just embrace it and try to do it in a responsible way. And so where there's demand in California to widen a freeway, but they're technically not allowed to widen the freeway, then, you know what I mean? Like, it's so, it's the same thing here where, okay, maybe are adding an auxiliary lane from one exit to the next and then one exit to the next, a backdoor way of widening the freeway, maybe. But also maybe an auxiliary lane is just an auxiliary lane because that does help people merge, right? It's better for the freeway. And you really notice it on Portland freeways because the freeways are so small. Most of this freeway going all the way up to Washington is really 2 lanes. Because even sections where there are 3 lanes, they carpool laned the inner lane. It's one of the few times I've seen a carpool lane on a freeway that only had 2 lanes and then a third that was a carpool. It's pretty rare. Usually the carpool lanes I've seen, you've got at least 3 or 4 general purpose lanes. And so where you do have an auxiliary lane, oh, here comes the streetcar. Where you do have auxiliary lanes, you really notice them making a difference. And so I get why the engineers want to widen this some. And so I think it's really a shame that this entire project is going through a lawsuit. So here's the story of the lawsuit is any project that uses federal money, which would be anything on the interstate highway system, because this finished interstate would get aid money, right? You know, parts of the federal gas tax and transportation spending bills that help maintain interstate highways. So anything you touch on an interstate, you have to look to see if it needs to go through the environmental impact statement process to document all the changes and how it affects people and the environment. And, just like my throat. And so one of the challenges they have here is obviously not everything. If I come in and make a tiny change to the freeway, I get a finding of no significant impact, a FONSI. Hey! So a FONSI is a good thing if you're working on a project because it means you don't have to go through the whole environmental impact statement. And ultimately, the Army Corps of Engineers and the Federal Highway Administration make the final decision. And so Oregon said, yeah, we think this is one that we don't need to do the whole impact statement because we're mostly just covering it with a cap. And the little bit of widening we're doing isn't really significantly adding capacity. It's just adding some auxiliary lanes for a mile, you know. And I think on the metric of most cities, and from the perspective of Federal Highway Administration, I think they go, yeah, that's pretty minor, just adding an auxiliary lane. Because most cities aren't as sensitive as Portland when it comes to this sort of thing. But I guess to a lot of people here in Portland, that's a very sensitive topic. Adding an auxiliary lane in the heart of the city, that's a new freeway. We don't want anything new, so we're going to sue. So they're suing on the grounds that no, the federal government was wrong and Oregon Department of Transportation should be required to do an entire environmental impact statement, which would then delay this project for years, and they'd have to do a whole environmental impact statement. And, you know, that cost them $1 million or whatever to do all that, which may still result in FHWA approving the environmental impact statement, the project happening anyway. So it's going to be interesting to see what the judge ultimately says here. You want to follow along and see what this project is. It's called the Rose Quarter. project, reference to the Rose Garden Arena, and I think that whole area is called Rose Quarter. So I-5 at Rose Quarter. But this is one that if it gets off the ground, I think it could be it would be a fun project. There's a few freeway caps that I think would be neat to cover. There's one in Denver that I was this close to covering, and then we're scheduling conflicts, and then I tried to reach out to Denver, Colorado DOT, and they got busy and didn't get back to me. And so that was about a year ago. I'll try again. You know, I'd like to get out to Denver to do that. That's where they took I-70 and put a soccer field on top of it. Just a second here. It's kind of noisy. And that was sort of a similar thing. They widened I-70 and then put a soccer field on top of it. So that was fun. And then, let's see, I'm trying to think where else there were freeway caps. There's the one they've wanted to do in downtown LA forever. And then, of course, this one. So, you know, freeway caps are kind of neat because, and of course, we did a live stream. You might have been joining for that in Boston, probably about a year and a half ago. It was May of 23 or something. We walked around where the big dig was. And that was a massive, multi-billion dollar freeway cap, because that one took the entire Interstate 93 underground for like a mile, you know, in central Boston. So that was a big one. This thing's much more modest. It's just a couple of blocks, but still, it makes it really nice because you end up with, you know, right now an area that's not particularly pleasant. It's okay. You can walk around safely because you have all the bridges and things, but imagine we're standing on a park right now. And, you know, maybe in a couple of years we'll come back to a live stream. We can reference back to the time we were standing over the freeway back when it was a freeway. So, well, I caught up on some comments here. Let's see. First of all, any new super chats? Oh, there are. So last one was Mayor of Munchkinland with the double digits. Thank you very much. Emily 35 with a super chat, I believe from Australia. I think that's what an $A sign is. Writes, ever thought about doing a video on how roads are mapped and updated? For example, Google Maps, OpenStreetMaps, especially OpenStreetMaps. I know I had a geography class where our term project was to clean up all of the, I think the professor was a fan of OpenStreetMaps, and he was teaching us GIS type methods. It was going beyond just like an intro GIS class. It was getting more into just using technology and geography. And so that was our big term project. Take our hometown and clean up all the streets to be really pretty. So, because I think a lot of the automatically roughly generated stuff people have made was pretty rough, and so they had us go in. And so I'm afraid a video on OpenStreetMaps might be fairly short, because I think the answer is, well, it's like Wikipedia. Everybody just contributes a little bit to it. And so my hometown has really pretty residential streets because I went through, 12 years ago and cleaned it up, and added nodes and, made where there was a curve, make it curvier. I don't know. That's a good question. I have not thought about doing that as a video idea, and so it's one I need to think about, because the one I found interesting is when DOTs coordinate with Google Maps and Apple Maps to talk about closures, where there's a highway that's a freeway that's going to close for the weekend, and getting that updated and in there. How much of that is user generated and how much of that is a DOT reaching out? New freeway opens, and how does that get in there? So that would also be interesting too. So I think part of the challenge is, I think OpenStreetMaps being a foundation would be probably more willing to talk to me, but also being a foundation, they probably may not have a media team, and so trying to find like all the members might be all over the world, and it would be interesting to see. But Google and Apple are giants, and I don't know that if the Maps team are outsourced to a smaller company that I could reach out to. But if I'm going through like Google PR and Apple PR, I will never get anywhere because they're not going to talk to me. But then again, I would have thought that about the 3M company. And in the last video, the guy got to me about talking about retro-reflectivity of signs. So that was back before Twitter was ruined. I missed Twitter because that one I was able to go on and I tweeted at 3M and then they direct messaged me back. And that was one of the few times I've sourced an interview. Most of the time I'm old-fashioned. I get out my pencil and paper and a phone and I call their media contact and go from there, or send an email in Microsoft Outlook. So it's getting scary. I'm going to be 40 next year, and it's getting scary to realize that I'm not a young adult anymore. I'm an adult. I'm a 20th century native, and it won't be too long where there'll be a ton of adults. There'll be more adults younger than me than there are older than me, and they'll see me as being this old guy who remembers what life was like using dial tone phones and the yellow pages and all kinds of things like that. I've realized I'm a visitor from the 20th century living in the 21st, and that makes me kind of sad. I'm not a 21st century native, but and all my Gen X and Boomer allies are older than me and will slowly be gone, and I'll be left behind defending that the yellow pages were actually really cool, and it's a shame we don't have them anymore. Oh, what was the bomb was the white pages. You know how many people that it'd be just so cool to open a book and be like, you know what, I'm going to call that guy, and go through the white pages and call the guy. And it's not weird because we just all knew that anybody could call you from the white pages. But now if you call somebody, it's really creepy. It's like, how did you get my number? It can't be white pages, I don't know. Anyway, I've gotten way off track, but the answer to your question, Emily35, again, thank you for your super chat, is that no, I haven't thought about doing that, but now I will. So I'll have to think of a fun angle on that. So let's see where we are at with the live chat. Mac Pines writes, I'm 27 and I remember this stuff. Yeah, it's fun. I like them. I don't know. I keep saying I wouldn't mind giving up a smartphone and going back to the good old days as long as everybody else did it too. I say that, and then I think, oh my gosh, if I needed to look up if a celebrity was alive or dead, you'd have to go find the almanac, and you're like, oh man, that's the 1999 almanac, and this is 2004, and to be how much I take Wikipedia for granted. I'm now at a point where every once in a while when Wikipedia begs me for money, I go, yeah, I am going to give you some money. Because you know how much, if Wikipedia went away, I would be in real trouble. You don't know how many of my stories start at Wikipedia. I'm like, well, let me just get retro-reflectivity. Let me get a high-level concept of this thing by reading the wiki article, and then I can read the citations and kind of work my way out from there. If that was gone, I'd be in so much trouble. So I say that I'm a curmudgeon and that I miss the old days, but the truth is I'm pretty reliant on the new ones too. So I didn't know a Porsche Panamera could make that sound. That's awful. It's funny. So that terrible exhaust noise you heard going by, there were two cars. There was a Dodge Challenger and a Porsche Panamera. And I was about to give the evil eye to the Dodge. And it wasn't. It was the Panamera. All right, where are we here? Ken writes, I love your content. You make everything sound exciting. A very good teacher. What are you doing in Portland? Well, Ken, I'm covering 3 stories. The new Interstate Bridge up here, which I still need to write and edit, or write and shoot, so I can go home and edit it. So that's got me a little nervous because that's a lot of work. So I'm getting distracted doing a live stream. And 2 other mystery stories. So keep an eye out throughout 2025. You'll keep seeing Portland stories popping up in the way that you saw Carmel, Indiana pop up all this year. So, and Portland's fun. It's one of my homes. I've got 3 homes: Southern California, Salt Lake City, and Portland. And I need to come up here more. I need to plan like once a year to come up here and cover a story or two. And we really need to get up to Seattle. I've never been, so there's stories up there too. GM Garcia 12 writes, "Is it raining?" No. So what's funny is that I came prepared. I have 2 umbrellas. I've got a mount because the forecast it looked like it was going to rain. It trickled a little bit tonight, but so far it's been pretty good. I do have some footage yesterday. Let me get this gentleman by. Yesterday I was filming in West Lynn, Oregon, and by a bus stop, and I got drenched. And if I don't get a chance to use it in the video, I'll drop it on I have just for fun, a channel called RGR2 that's just, I don't post on it regularly. It's not something I update, but it's RGR2 has just random junk every once in a while that couldn't fit in a video or whatever, so I just throw it on there once or twice a year. It's not much, but I'll throw the me getting soaked in the rain video on there because I just got absolutely drenched. Major Hurricane writes, "West Lynn may be covering the other bridges ODOT are trying to put tolls on." Yes, in fact, that's mystery story number 2. And that was one that I reached out to ODOT, and they were a little shy, so I didn't get a chance to get comment from them. But they have a lot of documents, and so it's an interesting story about tolling and. We got a super chat and a nice big double-digit one from Dorkmo. So hey, that's great. Thank you. Dorkmo writes, "Just tuning in. Love the talk about OpenStreetMaps. I used to contribute to Google's 3D building mapping project until they shut it down in favor of lasers or some other method. P.S. The lighting looks like a green screen." Well, I can walk somewhere else. Let's see. Let's come around the corner here. Prove that I am actually exist in the world. So this is another viaduct. I think is this a city street here? I have some fun with this one. If there's a sidewalk, I can walk down the street here. There's a scooter, and I would have ridden it too, but if you're just tuning in, I went to a lot of trouble today. I have my old cell phone, so I went and got a SIM card so I could have a way to activate the scooters. And I have a mount, and I was going to mount the phone to the scooter and could actually ride around and see some things. I bought a helmet. I've got the helmet with me. And somewhere between my hotel and the parking garage, I have misplaced that other phone with a prepaid 3-month SIM card. So hopefully I find it, but it was too late for the live stream tonight. So, well, we got a freeway down there of I-5, but let's see if we can make it even prettier here. Okay, maybe this looks less like a light, less like a. Now, it's now you mentioned Dorkmo writes that you used to contribute to the 3D building mapping. I remember that, and it would be really neat. People who had, like you, who I'd zoom into a city, and all of a sudden the high-rise buildings would pop out, and I've got really mixed feelings about the new way they do it, because it was Apple Maps where I first saw where they had kind of like a 3D building type thing going on, and using like a LiDAR, and that was one that it is really cool, but it never quite looks right, because like if the building is cantilevered out, the LiDAR has a hard time seeing underneath the building. It's you ever look at like a freeway overpass or something on Google Maps, it sort of just like it kind of droops off rather than having a discrete ledge, where the stuff that people modeled by hand was much more crisp, right? Because people would do it. But I think that's part of the problem. Like tech's goal the technology industry, I had somebody once say it's all about scalability. It's being able to get in and make something that you don't have to, like, to double the amount of people you serve, you don't have to hire double the number of people. And I think that was maybe part of the challenge they're running into, is even with the team of people, I'm assuming volunteers, making these 3D models of all the buildings, which are just gorgeous, that you and others made. It's not scalable, right? They wanted to come up with a way where software or a piece of hardware equipment, you just run it longer and it just churns out. You know, Uber and Lyft are based on that model. They were assuming that robot cars were going to show up by now, and that robots would be giving us rides everywhere, and then you just run the robots more often. They weren't intending of becoming a non-scalable taxi service. You know, that's where we're at. You know, and so it's kind of interesting. And so I think I can kind of imagine putting on a tech hat why they switched to LiDAR, but it's not as pretty as it used to be. You know, and so that's the trade-offs, I guess. But yeah, OpenStreetMaps is really neat. I've used it when I need. I'm not afraid to use Google products in my video because I don't think Google's going to be litigious against me. But OpenStreetMaps can be kind of neat because then you can take it to a different piece of software and then export the map as a vector, and then I can do some neat things with that. So I've had some fun with that. I do wish OpenStreetMaps had where I could just export a vector from right inside OpenStreetMaps. Like if I could take what's on my screen and say save it as an SVG, which is a vector-based image format that I rely on for a lot of the graphics I make for videos. Oh man, it would be just an invaluable resource, but they don't do that. And then you have to use a third-party thing, and it's a big mess. And so, but it is still really a cool project. I dream of a day where somebody makes a competitor to Google Maps and Waze that's completely open source and uses OpenStreetMaps and then all the other users, but so far nothing like that's showed up. So I use Waze because then I don't feel like I'm using Google quite so much, even though it is Google. So anyway, Dorkmo, thank you very much for your very generous super chat there. Jovette says hi. Nutty Natsu says, I remember being introduced to Google Earth and spending hours looking at older images that has changed over the years. Yeah, I enjoy looking at. The one I have fun with is also historicaerials.com. They're a commercial vendor and they charge a fortune. Every once in a while I've had to buy something from them for like $50 to put in a video because I really want the image. They watermark the heck out of it. But if you just want to look really quickly to see if something's changed, boy, if that car stayed parked there with their headlights, I'd be illuminated really well. Historic Aerials has even more where you can go back in time. For instance, on one of the stories I'm working on, the Mount Hood Freeway, which is a freeway that got canceled through southeast Portland, there's an urban legend around town that all of these like little parking lots for nothing, these little strips of land on the south side of Powell Boulevard, were built there as something that was intending to be part of I'll give you guys some room here. Part of the freeway. That was land that they bought for the freeway. But the thing is, and maybe it was, except that the freeway got canceled. Yeah, maybe it was. All I know is if you look at 1970, which is right around the time they were wanting to build the freeway, nothing had been demolished yet. It's not until the 1980. No, I take it back. Even in 1980, long after the freeway was canceled, nothing had been demolished along that street to make those parking lots. It wasn't until 1990 that the lots disappeared. And so that leads me to believe that it wasn't for the Mount Hood Freeway. It was probably for something else, like widening Powell Boulevard. And that's the hard part about covering a story that's that old, like the Mount Hood Freeway. As legendary as it is in Portland history, obviously I have to cover it, even though it's covered by a ton of people on YouTube. I want my version out there. But all the ODOT employees and Portland Bureau of Transportation employees who would have been involved with that freeway long retired. A lot of them probably passed away. And so it makes it difficult to be able to know, like, well, what am I, you know, what was this all about if I have nobody to interview? So then I'm relying on newspaper archives and historic aerial photography, like, you know, what's available from that vendor, or from, like you say, Google Earth. So, okay, let's see how we're doing. Make sure I'm not missing any of your super chats. Ooh, we got a new super chat from Jesse. Hi, Jesse. Jesse writes, is Road Guy Rob your full-time gig or not yet? Road Guy Rob has been my full-time gig for several years. I'm broke, but in order to produce a video like I have on a regular basis with a team of one is more than a full-time job. Thankfully, I have fun doing it, and so it doesn't feel like work. But I've been doing this full-time. So the revenue I get from YouTube, which is not much, and hasn't been it was pretty good in 2020. That's what 2020 lulled me into making it a full-time job. So in 21 and onward, it's been full-time for me. But it really, 2022, YouTube revenue just went off a cliff. In 23, I finally figured out, oh, you have to add the stupid mid-roll ad, and so that's why I have a commercial break in the middle now for YouTube, to make any money. And YouTube really want you to like put like a bunch of ad breaks where like every 2 minutes you're skipping an ad. And because I haven't done that, the revenue is not as good as it was. Like back in 2020, 2019, especially 2020, I had one video that made like $2,000 like in a month. It was amazing. And so I was like, okay, this is a job. We can do this. Let's go out and make a job. And then that all changed. I mean, a video's making a good video making a couple $100s is pretty good. There's some residuals of old videos that continue to produce, but like I can't count on YouTube. And I don't want to turn my videos into being like an ad every 2 minutes. And so that's where the Patreon makes all the difference. So I pitch again for the Patreon, but it's like that Patreon is a steady chunk of income that then living very economically, I'm able to produce a video every month. When I take a trip, anytime I go anywhere, making sure I film while I'm out. And then a purpose work trip, which I have several a year, like this one, trying to maximize it and saying, okay, I kind of have to look at it as every day costs me $150 for the room and the food, and then a lot of that's going to Winco and buying groceries and the gas. So I go, okay, I have to get $150 worth of raw material today, or this wasn't worth it. I would have been better filming a different video. And so because of that, I'm able to then stretch that money. And so like this trip, I'm here for like 10 days, right? So say like $1,500. Okay, then I want to try to get 3 videos out of this, because if I can get $500 per video, I can probably make that back, right? Maybe even in YouTube revenue over the video's life. So not in the first month when it spikes, but maybe over several years. So amortizing that over time. And then the Patreon helps me live. In the meantime, the Patreon helps me make the next video, right? So that's where you've noticed there's been more traveling the last year or so, is because as the Patreon has gone from being $500 a month to $1,000 a month to $1,500 a month, now we're approaching $2,000 a month. Now Patreon takes a cut, and then I owe the IRS right off the top, probably at least a third of that, because I have to pay payroll tax to myself. So that's 15% just for Social Security, and then any federal and state taxes on top of that. But I live in California with a progressive tax structure. I don't make a lot, so far I haven't owed much state tax. But let's say of that $2,000, then I can turn $1,200 a month of it back into videos. Okay, well, that's almost, that's like 2 videos. Okay, we're doing pretty good. So a lot of it's stretching it, trying to get as much out of it as I can. And I'm trying to do more where I'm actually getting out to stuff. because I think that's far more interesting. And sometimes a field story writes itself better than a story at home. I'll still be doing lots of stories at home. You know, I mean, obviously the retro reflectivity story was a great do-at-home one. It's harder, had a lot more research to it, but yeah, I worked in radio long enough, and particularly working in public radio for a university long enough, that I'm used to living like a college student, and then I just sort of never stopped. That would have. I always figured I'll get married, I'll have a wife and kids, and need to settle down, and then I'll go get a real job. And I've gotten close more than once, including in the last couple of years. I guess we've been broken up about 18 months now, but in like 21, 22, seriously long distance relationship with a girl, it didn't work out. And that's fine. Had that worked out, maybe I would have had to go get a real job by now, right? And I guess, I don't know, I'd apply to do a public information officer job for a Department of Transportation, or go work for a traffic signal equipment company as a sales guy, like selling the equipment. I don't know. I'm sure there's something out there. But that's not where my heart is. Like I worked way too long in radio, and one of my majors in college was broadcast journalism because I wanted to do news. And so like I'm doing the thing that I want to do, and this is fun. It is so exciting that somebody like you exists out there who enjoys transportation and thinks that I'm doing a neat job. That's very motivating to be like, cool, let's go do another one. And so I joke that like if I wanted to wind down my business, I'd need like a 1.5 year warning, because there's like enough stuff that I won't definitely want to do. And so, but what I'm also hoping is I see the Patreon slowly growing as I go like, well, why stop? Like I have, you know, you and maybe 600 other people who are going, hey, I like this, happen to have a couple dollars, you know? It's sure, that's a customer. That's somebody who likes what I do, and you want to buy what I'm making? Let's do it. This is great, you know? And so I could do this job, as long as I can afford it, I'd do the job the rest of my life, you know? Like there is a never-ending well of transportation stories. Like, it doesn't stop. Think about this. How many comments have we talked about tonight where you and others have said, have you ever thought about doing a story on X, Y, and Z? Honestly, if I go back and go through the comments, I probably have 6 months of videos just on our stream tonight. You know, that hopefully I get to at some point. That's half a year, you know? And so this will never end in terms of ideas. It'll only end if at a certain point, like, you know, if I have an opportunity to be a father and need like real money, you know, yeah, maybe it could end, but that's not happening right now, right? You know, and, you know, something happened where financially I just couldn't do it anymore. But for the moment, getting by, so let's just keep going and see how many videos we make, and so it's fun, you know. I mean, transportation just never gets old. So anyway, but yeah, thank you for your question, Jesse, and your super chat. Shreyas writes, and I apologize, your last name is got pronunciations. I think I mean a challenge for me to say. Bardwaj. But Shreyas writes, thank you for coming to Portland, Rob. Well, you're welcome, Shreyas. And I apologize, I'm butchering the name, the pronunciation of your name, but it is a pleasure to come back to a city that I really like. You know, I love this city. I hate this city. I love this weather. I hate this weather. I'm enamored by this city. I'm frustrated by this city. Portland is family. Portland gives me the same emotions I have when I think about, like, I have a brother who's an attorney who looks a heck of a lot like me. And I would never ever want to come up against him in court, because he's really something. And nobody on this planet can get me more proud and frustrated, happy and angry than my brother. Right? And you know, I think there was a hip hop song recently, and I don't remember who it was. It might have been Drake, but it was something like talking about texting with a girl, and she texts something like, I hate you, and I don't care about you, I hate you, or whatever. It's like, that's not true. The only way you text that you hate someone is that you have strong feelings, you actually really care about somebody. And that's the way I feel about Portland. Like, this city is freaking weird, man. Like, the fact that that freeway is only 2 lanes each way, and there's a lawsuit over trying to add an aux lane. Like, come on, any other metro area in this country, any other metro in this country would be adding like 4 more lanes in each direction and wouldn't bat an eye at it. And I don't know if I'm proud of that they don't want to widen it, that they want to be different and try something different, and maybe there is method to this madness, or is it just madness? Like, I don't know, and it gives me feelings, and I'm not sure how to process those feelings. And that's fascinating. And as I say, I love Portland. It's the only place I've ever lived where I didn't own a car. And I didn't mind it. It was fun. But I also know when I moved to Utah and got a car again, I was really happy to have a car. So, like, I don't know. I don't know what to say or what to think about it, you know? So, but anyway, Shreyas, thank you again for your super chat. I appreciate it. Jamie Brown. Thank you, Jamie. Jamie writes, I live 2 miles south of where you are. Well, thank you. Like I say, I appreciate your support, and it's kind of you to jump in here. And yeah, 2 miles south of here would be southeast. And you know, it's kind of funny living in when I lived in Northeast. I was, like I say, Northeast 27th and Halsey, over by the Fred Meyer, for those who know the local, you know, north of the Banfield Freeway. But southeast, it was weird. You got to the Banfield Freeway, especially you get down by like Burnside, and there was like definitely like, I don't want to say, like deterioration of the neighborhood, or so to speak, right? 20 years ago. And now you go south of Burnside, and it is nice. Like, it is gentrified, out of my price range, nice. Like, I now get why the show Portlandia has so much stuff that's like, you know, Southeast Cooch and some of those streets where like, before you'd be like anything down south like that, you'd be like, wait a minute, Cooch is northeast. Southeast, I don't know the streets of Southeast, they didn't hang out down there. But now you have to go all the way clear out to like Division, before, or Powell. No, it's not even Division. Division's pretty nice. You have to go all the way down to Powell Boulevard before it starts getting sketchier. So it's weird to see the gentrification spread. And I'm not one who sees gentrification as necessarily a bad word, because there's a heck of a lot of people, thousands of people who live in new buildings down that way, who have a place to live, and they're able to travel by bike or rail if they want. Portland's getting more bang for their buck out of their transit system. Like, we're able to use existing infrastructure to serve more people. Like, there's a lot of upsides to it. But I also know there's a lot of people who lived in North Portland and in Southeast who are probably priced out. Who knows where they moved to, you know, Houston or something. So, I don't know. Like, I've got such mixed feelings about those. Hi! Startled me. I'm impressed how many people have, let's see, I've been filming all over Portland, and filming, nobody's spotted me. And I'm not bragging, but just the type of costume I wear does draw some attention, and so it's easy to, I almost never get spotted in regular clothes. I think twice ever. So, which is cool. But obviously in this costume, I might as well be wearing a neon sign that says, but that guy startled me because he spotted me. But tonight, walking around the live stream, there's actually been quite a few people who've recognized me, and a lot of people driving by here giving me weird looks, wondering why a guy's standing on the side of the road talking to his cell phone. But Hey, it's 2024, and this is just the way people make money nowadays, right? But, no, it's fun. I lost my train of thought, so let's go back to you. We have so Jamie Brown again. Thank you very much. That guy waved at me because I think he thinks I'm a city employee. He's also wearing a vest. K Animation with the super chat. Thank you. You're right. What do you like to do when you aren't doing videos? Well, here's the problem. I mostly do videos. So part of what keeps my costs down right now is I've had the privilege to be able to move back in with my grandmother, who's 91. Why that guy's honking. And she's actually been really great to live with. And so running some of her errands, which is, fun to get out to Costco and stuff. My grandfather passed away, and so she can get by on her own, but I'm proud of my grandmother, by the way. At age 90, a year ago, she decided that she didn't want to end up like the gentleman 20 years ago who at age 86 turned the wrong corner in Santa Monica, California, got the gas and brake mixed up, accidentally hit the gas and at like 50 miles an hour killed like 6 people and injured like another 20 or something. And I don't think she would do that. She's capable of driving. But she decided to take herself off the road and just not use her driver license anymore. And I'm proud of her. Which means when my dad gets to 90, I could say, hey, remember what your mom did, So I'm proud of her setting that kind of example. And nobody in the family had to have an awkward conversation with her because saying she's getting too old to drive. She took herself off the road voluntarily. I think that's really cool. So it's been a privilege to be able to stay with her. And so the part of keeping my costs down is staying in her extra room gives me a chance to put all the money back into videos. Then I run her errands, since she doesn't drive. I think that's a fair trade-off. So not to say that's one of my favorite fun things to do, but it is fun. I like to go to Costco. I like to go to the grocery store. Part of why I drive so much is, when you turn 16, you get your learner permit, you're learning to drive, and you tell everybody your parents and family members, oh, I have my permit now, so anything you want, I'll give you a ride, I'll run all your errands. And my dad, I told that to him, and my dad said, well, you'll grow tired of it. Give it a week or two. You won't want to run everybody's errands. You won't want to drive everywhere. You'll be tired. And I really didn't think that was true. I said, no, I don't think I'm going to grow tired of this. I really enjoy driving. So that was 2001. And 23 years later, I'm one of my favorite things to do, like this doesn't work in Portland, but if I was back home in California, and I suddenly got a call from, and no, this did happen, this is a true story. I get a call on a Saturday late morning, from a friend. I had seen him, he was in town, he brought his family down to see all the, Universal Studios and Mario Land and all this. And his son left the bag with all their checked luggage for all the family members on the shuttle bus, the rental car shuttle bus, and it went back around the airport. So everybody made the flight except for him, because he, as the dad of his family, had to go chase the bag around LAX and get it off the shuttle bus. So they say, well, the next flight we can get you on is 12 hours from now at like 4 in the morning. And I guess, I think it was like 6 in the morning. I think he could go into security at 4. So he can't even go past security to go take a nap or anything until like 3 a.m. So he calls me and he says, hey, I'm at LAX and I've got nothing to do for several hours. On a whim, you want to come hang out with me? Yes! So I'm a weirdo who likes to drive to LAX. I'm probably the only person in Southern California who enjoys driving to LAX. Yeah, the traffic is horrible, but once you get there, it's fun to see all the people mover stuff that's under construction, the big LA exit garage that they're building where the metro station's going to go. And then I had fun. He had time to kill, so we went to dinner, and then we just like drove around, and I showed him like the building where they filmed the TV show The Office, the mall where Back to the Future happened. You know, like that's what I do for fun, getting behind the wheel and just driving a car for the sake of driving a car to go look at stuff is the same as people who enjoy buying a new set of skis to go skiing. That's like my thing. I don't know why. It's just something I like to do. And my car's my happy place. And I also, as we were talking at the beginning of the live stream, I worked at radio for so long. A car is also the #1 place you listen to radio. And so I don't listen to as much radio nowadays because the industry is not as fun as it used to be. And everything is... I'm sorry, how many John Tesh reruns can you really sit through? You know, for all I know, he recorded that thing 20 years ago. But I digress. Back when it was live local DJs and listening to music and driving the car, like alchemy, man. It was just like the merger of like two fun things. So that's what I enjoy doing. So anyway, hopefully that long-winded question answers your question, K Animation. So thanks again for your super chat. Super chat from Jesse. Hello, Jesse. A few more bucks. If you have any ways to send you money that doesn't take as big of a cut, Venmo, Zelle, let us know. Well, thank you. I mean, obviously the #1 way, but the problem is it's a recurring thing, is Patreon. So Patreon, I think the cut, I think 90% of it goes to me. So and they take 5, Visa takes 5 or so. It comes out like 90%. Patreon's really good. I do have something, because somebody wrote me once saying that they had ethical concerns about Patreon, and I don't remember their specific ethical concerns. It was something political, but that's fair. And so they had me set up a business Venmo or PayPal, I don't remember. And I sent the link, and he sent a few bucks. So what I can do is maybe I can set up something at roadguyrob.com, and that might be a good way to do it. But do know this: YouTube does take a cut. I think it's about 30% for the revenue for the super chats. But think about the enormous bandwidth this has. So they've hired software developers to write software that's been pretty reliable. Hopefully doesn't provide streaming that can capture what I'm sending them without it blocking out too badly, to then stream it out to 171 people simultaneously. You know what I mean? Like, I actually don't mind them taking a reasonable cut if they're providing a good platform. And so, I mean, video streaming is expensive, because I know until Patreon started including a video sharing platform inside Patreon, which only happened just in the last few months, I've been paying for Vimeo, and it's enormously expensive to pay for a video streaming platform, and that's just for patrons. I wasn't even streaming videos to that many people, so I know video streaming is very expensive. And best I've heard is that YouTube, even with all the ads and cuts they take, it's a platform that more or less breaks even. So I don't mind. I don't feel like YouTube is lining Google's pockets with. It makes a ton of gross revenue, but has an enormous cost, and so I don't really mind. But I will keep an eye out roadguyrob.com in a couple of weeks when I get home, or in a week or so when I get home. I'm not going to edit my website with my limited time here in a hotel, but I will try to. And you could, if you get a chance, to send me an email, NEWS news at roadguyrob.com, and that'll remind me to put something on the website for those, if you're somebody, you find yourself wanting to contribute in a non-recurring way, but without doing it. It's also why I haven't really said it. I have an unadvertised merch store with very little merch, But partly why I haven't set that up is because merch, the cut is enormous because most of it's paying to produce the cheap t-shirt or whatever. Right? So, but that may be something to play with as well for those that don't mind it being the other way around, an enormous cut, but we'll see. It's all new to me. Like I say, I came from journalism where you just operated 100% loss, so trying to figure out ways to be financially sustainable, because then I can go do more, is new to me. So, but so Jesse, thank you again for your additional one. In 7, hi, as super chat. Thank you for your super chat. You're right. When can we expect a visit to Florida or the Southeast U.S.? Well, I got to make sure it's not hurricane season, because that sounds like a very bad time to go. So at one point back in February, my poor little Honda, I blew the spark plug out of it because I think okay, long story. I will get to Florida though. I bought the car new, fall of 2011. When you have a new car, suddenly you don't want to do maintenance on the car yourself. You feel like you have to take it to Honda because it's your new car. And so at the 100,000 and 200, I think I did 150 and 300,000 miles, I had the spark plugs replaced and had the valve lashings adjusted. And I convinced myself that that was a job that I didn't want to do myself because I want the dealer to do it right. And at 150, they did it right. But at 300, they did it wrong, and they didn't tighten the spark plugs enough, which I guess Honda fits are known for. If you don't tighten them to, I think they're supposed to be 22 foot-pounds, and they tighten them to 18 or whatever. So I'm on the freeway driving to Northern California in February. At 1 in the morning, I blew out a spark plug. I didn't know that's what it was, and so I should have stopped driving, but I kept going till I blew it clean out. And I had to spend a week in Chico, California, filmed, and it was good. I got other work done. In fact, that's where I interviewed Greg Johnson of the Interstate Bridge Replacement Program on the new laptop I got, was over Zoom while I was stuck in Chico, but while the car was getting fixed. So I convinced myself, I psyched myself out. I said, oh, this car isn't reliable anymore. I better go look at another car because it's got 335,000 miles and now it's left me stranded. So I started looking at used Priuses from Hertz. Hertz rental car sells their old cars. So I said, okay, I'll buy one from Hertz. Tons of them in Orlando. I said, this will be perfect. I'll put a down payment on it, get a loan for the rest, fly down to Orlando, get a used, 2020 Prius with under 100,000 miles, and then I'll film a bunch of stuff in Florida while I'm there and then come home. So that made sense to me. So then I went and picked up my car at the mechanic, and I fell back in love with it. And I love my car. It's a stick shift, and I know the vehicle history, and yeah, it's got almost 350,000 miles, but it's my car. I like my car, I every scratch and dent on that car I caused. It's my car, not somebody else. I bought it new. And then I got looking and going, well, okay, but these used Priuses are like $20,000. And even if I put $10,000 down, I got to borrow over $10,000. And then I looked at the interest rate, and I looked at how much a month that was. And I thought, well, I could sure pay for, I can't remember what my monthly payment was. It was $300 and something. I go, I could do a lot of repairs to my car for $300 a month. And I thought, and so I had a mechanic check my car over, and I said, okay, look, I got 350,000 miles almost. What's wrong on the car? What should I just preventive maintenance? And it came back and everything was fine. So, okay, I'm just gonna keep driving this car. So, no Florida trip. But here's my catch-22. To do a Florida trip means taking a Honda with 350,000 miles about as far, I guess from California it's not quite as bad, but about as far as I can go. I think the only trip that would be harder would be Maine. And so I'm not opposed to doing it. Maybe I should. I think what it'll come down to is if a particular story that I have an inside track of like a source who's eager to talk to me, draws me out there, and then while I'm out there I try to pick up 2 more stories. Kind of like what happened with this Portland story. I only made it up here because Interstate Bridge Replacement Program were excited they were reaching out to me, and so that drew me up here. And while I was here, I'm covering 2 other stories, doing a live stream. And so having something like that happen in Florida and having it happen in Texas is an inevitability. That will happen, but not in the immediate moment. But I wouldn't rule anything out. It doesn't take much arm twisting. Like I say, I almost, the day that the bridge fell in Baltimore, I almost packed up my car and drove to Baltimore. And the 2 reasons I didn't were, 1, 340,000 miles, and it was only like 2 months after my car broke down, right? And then the other was I was going, I don't know that I'd get access to anybody, because all the people that I'd want to talk to learn to be able to give you a story are busy. They're talking to all the local TV stations and to CNN and to Fox News and to MSNBC and to AP and to NBC National News, and like there's me. If I roll into a place and I have a relationship with them already, they're more willing to talk with me, right? Like Utah DOT, I've talked to them enough and they know who I am that if they did have a breaking story, they'd probably make some time to talk to me. I could see that happening. But I don't have a relationship with anybody in Baltimore. I've never done a story out there. And so to be building a relationship at the same time when they are their busiest is going to be very difficult. And so between that and the car broke down, I didn't go. But it's that sort of thing that, like, somebody emailed me and said, hey, why don't you go out there and talk about hurricane recovery? Well, again, they're busy, right? I have somebody I've been talking to, one of the patrons, maybe you're watching tonight, I don't know, about going out to Tennessee to talk about where the freeway all fell apart in the floods. Yeah, that sounds like it has potential. If I wait a little bit longer, it's going to be easier to get access, especially if it ends up being a project that takes a long time to do, than trying to catch them right after the storm. So I don't know. Like I say, a lot of it is just getting the right opportunity, and then right opportunity, I'd be out to Florida as fast as I can drive out there and be out there in like 3-4 days, right? But that's not the problem. The problem is, okay, I'm already committed to like a week of driving and then like 2 weeks being out there. How much do I want to push the ball up the hill to make something happen just for the sake of it, versus if the ball's already rolling, then just rolling with it. So anyway, a little bit of my thought process. But yeah, the Southeast U.S., it's an inevitability. There's a lot of transportation down there. It just it hasn't happened yet. So in 7, thank you again for your super chat. Hey, Emily35, hi, with another super chat here. Writes, Ko-Fi might work, 0 to 5% commission, one-time donations, membership, YouTube integration. Oh, okay, as a way of payment thing. So there are definitely different payment platforms and things. I'm mostly just doing Patreon because I have a friend who's I know from college, and he managed to get his YouTube working for him. So he's kind of been my mentor to kind of watch and see how to make a viable YouTube channel work financially, and so he had Patreon was something he was leaning into, so I did too, and it made all the difference. You showed up and said you want more, and so I'm really trying to give back to you the PBS model of saying, okay, viewer supported, this live stream tonight, because you've been very generous with super chats. I'm not running ads on it, because who wants to watch a rerun of a live stream that is interrupted with a bunch of ads, right? So I'll just keep them turned off because as far as I'm concerned, you paid for me and you paid for YouTube with the super chats. So just keep it ad free. The YouTube, yeah, Patreon's been a really, it's worked very well. I've been very happy with that. Okay, I think I'm caught up on super chats. So that's great. So I will see, let's walk somewhere else. RV Guy Rob, Road Guy Rob RV, free on-site accommodation, can cook your own food. I know, the problem is like, I don't want to like be totally homeless and just living in an RV. So it's really not too bad. And I can write hotel costs. I can write that off my taxes, so it's not too bad. And driving's nice because driving in a very economical car, I can write the mileage off too. So. And Lawrence writes, I can't imagine an RV would be that cheap to get in the first place. Yeah, well, I think somebody made that joke about, boy, back when it was Gen X, if you didn't work hard, you'd be living in a van down by the river. The old Saturday Night Live skit, you know. And with millennials, it's like, well, maybe if you have rich parents, you can be living in a van down by the river. I'm killing my voice here. Sorry if you want to hold on just a second, just get some water. I think the Chris Farley imitation just did me in. Oh, I see that bike helmet and it makes me sad. I was hoping to be riding scooters all over showing you guys stuff. Well, let's keep walking. Let's go somewhere else. I have enough of the freeway cap here. Zip my backpack back up here. Well, next time I will try to rent bicycles or scooters or whatever. Okay. Flip this around and let's go for a walk here. See what else there is. Okay, to see. We can go back over the Broadway Bridge. I got to go that way anyway to go to my car. So I might as well have you come along. Figure if 170 people want to walk with me to my car, I'm less likely to get mugged, right? No. Actually, Portland feels really safe despite, you know, kind of cable news coverage to the contrary of, you know, Portland being this really dangerous city, a crime wave or whatever. And it might be property crime and things might be up, but this does not feel like a sketchy city at all. It reminds, I don't know if in a good or bad way, but it reminds me a heck of a lot of what the town felt like 20 years ago when I lived here. It's just a few more people live here. People do drive a bit faster on the freeway than they used to. I remember how slow everybody felt. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not LA on the freeway. Like, I tried that the other night. I'm ashamed to admit the hotel I'm staying at actually has a working jacuzzi, and I love jacuzzis. But they close at 9, and I was clear down filming in Salem, and it was like 7. And I thought, well, if I drive really fast on the freeway, I get back by 8, and I can go use the jacuzzi. And the problem is it's different than California. California, if you're determined that you want to go fast, you can kind of find, there's enough freeway lanes and you can find enough determined people that unless there's significant freeway congestion, you can keep clipping along pretty good. You can make some good time. You can't do that here. When the speed limit's 65 in a rural area, you're lucky to be maybe doing 72. And so I wouldn't describe it, but it's a big, the culture feels different than I remember 20 years ago, where 20 years ago it seemed like the times I would get to drive a car, you get out on those rural freeways, I'm not even sure the limit was 65 back then, but 65 was 65. Like people were doing 58, 62. Like, you know, I don't remember the drivers being quite as aggressive. But the politeness is still pretty good. The lane changes are still cordial. People are pretty good at stop crosswalks like they used to be. And so it's nice to see that the culture of Portland hasn't changed that much, despite the fact that the city has gotten a lot bigger, you know. If I had a ticket, I'd hop on the streetcar, but I'm not sure where you buy them. I don't see any kiosks. I don't want them to think I'm trying to hop on. I can't walk that way. All right, I guess we got to go this way. Yeah, if I had a, is that where I buy a ticket? Let's see. Tap and go. Start. Portland streetcar. Well, that'd be fun. I haven't ridden the streetcar. Okay, select fare. Press any key to continue. All right. One adult streetcar ticket. How much is it? $2. Sure, why not? I don't know when the next streetcar is, but sure, I'll try the streetcar. Card not known. What? What? I've never gotten that error before. Oh, remove when prompted. Oh, okay, I gotta leave it. That's my mistake. Card not known. Remove your card now, okay? Wait for your tickets. Okay. Well, I can do that. I don't know when the next streetcar is, but I've got a ticket to ride one, so we could ride that into town. So a streetcar's going the other way. I don't know where it goes though. OMSI. You guys want to go down to OMSI? It's probably. Oh, sure, why not? Does it go over Tilikum Crossing? I mentioned Tilikum Crossing. That's the new bridge that goes over the river, which is kind of funny. I'll mention in one of the videos I'm working on about the Mount Hood Freeway that that was supposed to be where the Mount Hood Freeway was going to have its two of its flyover ramps to get onto the freeway, and ended up getting replaced by, like you see over and over again, what would you call it? Foreshadowing or irony or whatever, where money that was supposed to go to build that freeway or space that was going to be used for that freeway ends up getting used for, and so one of them is if they ever built a light rail line on Powell Boulevard, partly where the freeway was going to go, that would, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. Oh, it makes a big loop. So I just ride it all the way around. Let's see the map over there.
This is Northeast Waterfront.
Lower this just a little bit so it's not quite so. So they have a map over there that shows it being like a loop. Kind of hard to see with the pole in the way. So I'll give you a better view of what's going on out the window here. You can see me as well, I guess. It's more fun to cross on foot on a nice day, and yes, you can see a ramp stubs with Markham on it. Yeah, and I got some good footage of the Markham ramp stubs filming, like I say, for the Mount Hood video, Mount Hood Freeway video, but I don't know how much we'll see in the dark, but yeah, we're taking the streetcar the wrong direction. But that's okay. It's a Weigler Street, and it's weird to be riding it used to be Oil Can Henry's, it's now a Valvoline. I don't remember the McDonald's being there. I thought that was a Chipotle, but maybe it was a McDonald's and I just don't remember. Like I say, it's been 20 years since I've lived here, so. Okay, well, let's see what we got here. I don't remember the McDonald's being there, but I'm sure the Burger King had to have been there. I'm frankly surprised at how valuable the property is and how huge. So this gigantic Burger King, if you kind of get looking at it, right? It's huge. There's nobody in it. It's got a massive parking lot. And yet, I'm surprised it hasn't been redeveloped into something that's more valuable. You know what I mean? Like the redevelopment potential of that whole block with the Burger King is, I think, it would just be enormous. I mean, you could even still rent out the part of the bottom level to a Burger King, so you wouldn't even lose much. You know, but I mean, it's like nobody in there. Like it's huge. But let's see. Multiviewer writes, enjoying your time back in the land of no self-service and no sales tax. Well, I have discovered that Costco has half the lanes. I think it must have changed the state law because half of the lanes are ones that you can pump gas yourself, and so I cruise right into those lanes, and I'm happy to get gas for myself. I remember talking to somebody who 20 years ago when I lived here, who had never pumped gas ever, and saw the keypad, and so it was a little bit intimidated for going out of state. You know, I think he was like a teenager or something. He goes, oh, so is that where you type in how many gallons of gas you want? But I didn't mean to laugh or hurt their feelings, but like it was just really, I thought it was really cute. You know, the gas pump looked far more intimidating than it actually is, you know, to somebody who had never pumped gas before. But let's kind of twist this to get closer to the window here. There we go. Trying to get it where you get less reflection and more what's going on outside. But make sure it's actually a loop and not the two ends that meet at the terminal. You have to get off and transfer. That's fair. Boyd says you go to Oregon often. No, but since I moved away 20 years ago, I've been twice, and this is one of the times. No, I guess 3 times. One of the 3 times in 20 years. I need to come more often. I've forgotten how much I miss this place. Racing Anteater says, thought on land taxes to prevent underutilized plots like the Burger King. Well, I wondered that with California has Prop 13. And the theory of Prop 13 is that you don't want to have property taxes going up so fast or your home's value going up so fast that you get priced out of your own home in taxes. And I don't mind that. I think that's probably pretty reasonable. But Prop 13 in California applies to all real property, and I'm actually surprised that there isn't more land banking in California where people are hanging on to vacant property is like an investment. And all I can figure is, well, land in California is so valuable that people aren't doing that, mostly just because you know, the land isn't just, it's too valuable. Like you want to rent it out, otherwise it's a waste, you know. But but I think that's part of the that could be an issue in other places where you have the land being less valuable. Here, they have pretty steep property taxes because they got to make up for the no sales tax. And so I would think that enough. But then again, the property taxes on a Burger King are going to be a lot less than a big building. So I don't know. I once had somebody once tell me that when it comes to public policy, half of it's coming up with the policy and half of it is trying to come up with all the unintended consequences and trying to work around those. And so I could see you put in some kind of like a land use tax to say if you aren't using the land, you pay an extra tax. But does that have an unintended consequence that instead of developing something good, they just throw up a bunch of garbage just to keep the land occupied? Or I don't know. So Jim King writes, "I'm a new follower. You have great content, and also your narration is super informative." Well, thank you. That's really kind of you. Okay, we're at the convention center, so we've almost come full circle to when we walked across the bridge, and we pointing at the towers. So this will end down by the Markham Bridge here, I think. But so that's kind of you to say. Alba Lotta writes, opinion on California drivers paying by the mile instead of the gas tax. It's going to be an interesting challenge, right? Because you have by the way, we're going over the Interstate 84. Earlier when I was talking about that freeway interchange south of us that's going into the Rose Quarter. That's it there. So that's the freeway interchange. So we're now south of that freeway. The gas tax has been a fantastic machine for a century. Oregon was actually the first state to put a tax on gasoline back like I can't remember, it was like 1919 or something. But you run into a couple of problems, and one of them is, well, how do you tax an electric car, right? Because they're using the roads too, and you know, the idea of charging by the mile is that well, it applies fairly because electric car, hybrid car, gasoline car, everybody's paying the tax. So Oregon is one of a few states, Utah, California, a few others I know out west, who've been playing with a road user charge. And the idea is, well, we'll just tax you based upon how far you drive. By the way, this is all new. I don't remember any of this 20 years ago. This development here, I mean, that's pretty tall. It's kind of hard to see with the reflection, but.
Please hold on while the streetcar is in motion.
So the theory is with the road user charge is that doesn't matter if you're driving a Tesla or a Toyota Camry, you pay so many cents a mile, right? So the challenge though is how do you figure out how many miles somebody drove? Okay, well the easiest is every year when you go to the DMV to get your sticker to renew, they compare with your odometer from the year before, and you pay a tax based on, you know, so many cents per mile. You know, you pay your couple $100, you're on your way. But which would be a lot more than you're used to paying for registration fees. But you're not paying a gas tax anymore. So that's one way. But you could say, well, I'm on business. I drove a lot of those miles outside of California, so I should be paying taxes to those states instead of California, and at the rate that state would charge. Okay, well, how do we figure that out? Well, maybe we put a tracking device in your car, and that way we can calculate exactly how many miles you drove in each state, and you can pay every state accordingly. Well, one, that's a big hassle, because now I got to pay a registration charge in all these different states. And then the other is, well, you have a tracking device that the state of California put in your car. Nobody's going for that. You know, odds are actually it probably wouldn't be a problem. The amount of data we give up to private companies, you know, pales in comparison. But still, people feel uncomfortable with state government technically knowing where you drove. So that's not going to work. How do you figure that out? And so I think that's the biggest hurdle of a road user charge. And so right now, the solution has been, well, we'll put a road user charge of a flat fee on all the electric cars. So if you drive an electric car, you pay extra in your registration based on the gas that you didn't consume. Okay, well, there's two problems with that. One is if you didn't drive your electric car that far, or you're like me and I drove the car twice as far as a typical person. Well, the guy who barely drives his car is subsidizing me. And two, what about like a plug-in hybrid? It's like half electric, half gas. So then do you penalize them? And if you're going to do that, do you do it on a hybrid car? And say, well, you drove a car that had better fuel economy, and so therefore, you know what I mean? And then at a certain point, then it's subsidized. Well, then the guy driving the Prius is getting double taxed because he's paying gas tax and a road user charge. But then the guy driving the Suburban, you know what I mean? Like, the devil's in the details on all of this stuff. And so I don't know, or the road user charge, what the right answer is. It's a tricky one, you know. So, but yeah, good question. Let me see if we have any super chats. We got to catch up on. Oh, we got a new one from K Animation. Thank you for your super chat. K Animation writes, "What is your process for thumbnails and titles?" I've been thinking about that one a lot because just as I start to think I cracked a pattern of what to do, it doesn't work anymore, right? And I tried to watch YouTube videos and things saying, oh, is there a pattern to it? And the answer is there's not a pattern to it, because if there was a pattern to a successful title and thumbnail, everybody would do it, and then it wouldn't work anymore. So a lot of it is constantly reinventing yourself. But I'll tell you this, it makes a huge difference. So I released a video about a year and a half ago talking about the stoplights that hop up and down. And I don't know what I titled it, but it did not do well at all. And somebody was suggesting, saying, if you have the right title and thumbnail and go back, even on an old video, sometimes it'll revive it and come back. And now that's one of my top 10 videos. Now, I wish I had success stories for tons of videos. That was the only one I've ever really revived. But it does tell me that what I've been convinced is I may need to spend an entire day just in the photo editor playing with different ideas, trying to find something that works. So for the video that's coming out on Monday, you'll see about the baby bus. You may have seen it on Patreon. It ended up being a birth announcement that looks like me holding a baby, but it's me holding the bus. And the next, instead of it saying it's a boy, it says it's a bus. So that's one of the challenges, though. But that was like my fifth idea. I was playing with like the bus and the sunset, and thinking like, oh, will this bus fix transit after dark? And I've even tried feeding my entire script to ChatGPT and trying to say, okay, what what are some ideas based on, like, read my whole script and then give me some title and thumbnails ideas. And it never has really come up with something that I go, oh yeah, I can use that. Sometimes it'll get me thinking, but I know it's really important because, in fact, some people, though, they actually come up with the title and thumbnail first, and then write their video because they actually want to deliver on the thumbnail from the get-go. But I don't know. Like I say, I'm not sure what the right answer is. There's no. I haven't figured out a pattern yet, but I know, like I say, it's enormously important. And so, for now, a lot of it is turn on some music and just keep playing with, find something that works. Something that has helped is with the last, with the retro reflectivity, the road signs at night. That one, I think are we going on to the bridge? Ooh, I think we may be going on to the Tilikum Crossing bridge. Let me get to a different window. Oh, we see another train here. Yeah. How close can I get this thing? Let's see if I can, hold on. I'll turn it so I can get any closer. I guess that's as close as it gets. We're going downhill though. That's weird. I thought this was the way onto the bridge, but I'll show you more of the inside just because there aren't any passengers that I'm bothering. We're coming down to some transit thing. It's interesting, they put up these signs that say no clearance in areas where there isn't room for a person to stand between the train and the... I'm going to try to hold the thing up real close to the glass to try to get rid of the glare. There you go. Now you can kind of see. But yeah, the whole process for thumbnails and titles has really been a mystery, K Animation, and so I'm still trying to figure that out because I know it makes a huge difference. If I get just the right thumbnail, the video can have hundreds of thousands of views, and other videos, like some of the roundabout ones I was really proud of, it was difficult to get them to take off. And so I think one or two of them, and then just playing with different ideas of, like the one roundabout one, it doesn't have to be fat to be fast. Again, it was like my fourth or fifth idea. So a lot of it's just realizing that I'm not wasting time if I spend an entire day working on thumbnails for a video. Like, just keep, no point staring at that while we're waiting here. So, okay, so I think I'm caught up on super chats. We can go back to the live chat here, but thank you again. So, like I say, K Animation, Emily35, In7, Jesse, Jamie Brown, Shreyas, Dorkmo, Mayor of Munchkin Land, all in the last little bit here. Abla Lotta writes, went to Portland last summer, but didn't go down to downtown much. Is it as bad as people say it is? No. I mean, it's a downtown, right? So you're going to have unhoused people, but most of downtown's great. Like, a lot of it is if you have stuff to do. There's a particular restaurant you want to do. Earlier, if you didn't get a chance to see, there was the Pioneer Square area, and during the daytime that can be a lot of fun, especially in the summertime. Waterfront's really nice. So I think even San Francisco, which people have really probably rightly criticized. A lot of it's quite lovely. But you go to certain areas, I'm sitting there at a red light and the guy's trying to sell me vape pens right out of a stolen box, like, and then I'm arguing back with the guy about like, you know, why the heck would I even want that, you know? And so that wasn't so great. So, but I don't know. I'd say if anything, Portland's better than it was 2 years ago when I came. Two years ago, it seemed like it was maybe a little bit rough, but right now it seems fine. Okay, so there's kind of hard to see. Let me flip this around. You can kind of see the Tilikum Crossing Bridge. So we're about to go over it here. So this is my first time on the bridge. If it was warmer outside, I'd walk on the pedestrian lanes, but I'm enjoying sitting next to the heater. It's pretty chilly out there. And taking the streetcar all the way back to downtown for $2 sounds pretty nice to me. Looks like a cable-stayed bridge, which I'm noticing are becoming very popular. There's a lot of cable-stayed stuff around. I think they're beautiful. The Interstate Bridge project I-5 will not be cable-stayed, mostly because of the height. It gets too tall, gets into FAA space. It's really remarkable to get from the OMSI side of the river all the way back to the downtown side so quickly. How a bridge, you know, in the old days you have to take a bus all the way around, would have been a half-hour trip, and we're getting across the bridge in like a minute. This is pretty impressive. The one I guess collateral damage of the Tilikum Crossing project was where this Portland streetcar comes up the hill and connects to downtown. Used to be the studios for the Rock of Portland 101 KUFO, and so it's sad to see that the KUFO studios are gone. I never got to go in there and see it, but right where it meets the street was where the studio was, and it doesn't matter because KUFO went away. It's now a simulcast of the KXL news radio station, but so we're at the South Waterfront station, and they were just starting to build a lot of the South Waterfront stuff when I was here 20 years ago. There's a tram, and that was a big deal at the time of building this aerial tram to go from, there's a bus driving on the train tracks. That's kind of funny. But the aerial tram was incredibly complicated and very expensive, but it connects the South Waterfront up to the top where there's a hospital, and I could see that actually kind of makes sense to connect your transit to the hospital. But and the hill is very steep. If you ever OHSU, Oregon Health Sciences University Hospital, to drive a car up to OHSU is very windy. It's like you're driving through a neighborhood and there's a bunch of switchbacks because it's so steep. So the tram, there's probably method to the madness. It's kind of funny because these projects are enormously expensive up front, and we all complain about the cost overruns and what a boondoggle and expensive it is. And then we build it, and then 10 years goes by, 20 years goes by, and we completely forget about the cost because it's all in the past, because we're now enjoying the benefits of it on the back end. And I think that makes me a bit more bullish and excited for California high-speed rail, because at the moment, California high-speed rail is enormously expensive and cost overruns, because we're seeing all the costs, but we're not seeing any of the benefits. And I'm hopeful that in a future decade or so, when the whole thing's up and running, towns are able to connect their, regions are able to connect their light rail systems to the high-speed rail stations. And you also have a way of getting all over California without having to take a car, that you have options, that all of a sudden people will be excited. And like the tramway or some of these Portland lines, it would be something people are more excited about. So. Okay, let's check the super chats, see if I missed any. Haven't missed any. Good. Okay, what you all talking about in the regular chat? Bus identifies as a train. Let's see. You should try and speak with Jonathan Mouse from Bike Portland or any of the big transit advocates in town while you're here. There's lots of activities going on. Yeah, that'll probably have to wait for a subsequent trip because I'm maxed out, no pun intended. Just trying to get the Interstate Bridge project is the third and final video of this trip. I got to do that interview day before yesterday, or yesterday, I can't remember. It's all a blur. So I'm trying to hurry and get that turned around before I have to head home in a couple of days. So, but a lot of neat stories here. I really should. I always tell myself I should plan to make a trip every year to Portland. So hopefully be able to do that.
South Harrison Street.
Major Hurricane writes, a high-speed rail between Portland and Vancouver would be amazing. Yeah, the part of the challenge is California is having to basically pay to create. I think we're sitting right about where the KUFO studios were, I think. I might be turned around. Nobody wants to be first to build high-speed rail because it's so expensive. But once you have a bunch of vendors who can sell equipment to cities, then at that point it becomes more palatable for vendors to want to do in their cities to want to do, because you say, oh, I got to go buy a train, and the train has to be high-speed rail compatible, and it's built in America. Right now there are zero. So that makes California's high-speed rail very expensive, because they're not only having to pay to build the train, they're paying to build the train factory, but if you're second, it's a lot cheaper, and so I maybe part of the magic of getting to that point, right? So we're at Nido Parkway here. This would be where that park is, where the freeway used to be, which again I would have ridden on a scooter. They can't. So we're heading back into Central Portland here. Jim King writes, I'm blessed to be in Chicagoland, very commutable, but I saw something that would be a high-speed Amtrak from Chicago to Florida soon. Yeah, I haven't followed that. Right now the fastest thing is the Acela in the Northeast. But what California is trying to build is an actual, Major Hurricane writes, well, there isn't there a private company called Brightline working on high-speed rail in Florida as well as the Vegas area. So Brightline is interesting because it's not true high-speed rail. It's stretching the limits of what a regular commuter train can do. And I think it's neat, especially I haven't seen the Florida one's flat. The ground in Florida is flat, so it probably worked pretty well in Florida. But the one they want to do to Vegas will be interesting to see how it turns out, because it's following the freeway. And freeway grade is meant for cars going up and down hills at 70 miles an hour. It's not designed for a train doing double that speed. And so I'm worried it's going to shake up the passengers like a kid would shake up a can of soda with all the up and down and up and down and up and down. And hopefully I'm wrong. It may end up being great. And either way, I'm glad to see it get built. But what I'm concerned about is the train being very different than what people are expecting, and could sour people on high-speed rail, because the high-speed rail looks like it's going to be butter smooth, and that's why it's so expensive. They're trying to, like I saw in Fresno, I go, when they're turning a corner and there's an entire industrial park in their way, they just buy out and tear down the entire industrial park because it's more important for the train to make that gentle curve than it is the price of buying it out. Well, that's very different than so anyway, it'll be interesting to see. Somebody writes, dude, it's 12 a.m. Why are you live? Well, my time, it's only 9. So we'll finish up here. We're just in the home stretch here, riding to the back toward the Pioneer Square area, and then I'll call it a night and get out of here. So I start the stream early, 4 o'clock my time, because that's 7 back east. Partly because I knew it'd get dark, but also partly because, you know, for somebody just getting off work like 6 o'clock, you know, this is primetime TV on the West Coast. And just about as exciting, right? So I'm a little turned around, so hopefully we're going where I think we're going, which is I think we're heading west and we're slowly turning north to go up the Transit Mall, but I guess we'll find out. Oh, we're going by a little mom and pop coffee shop. A little hard to see. I used that joke twice tonight. For those joining on the West Coast. This little Portland coffee chain, kind of niche. You might have heard of it. That place over there called Pizza Jerk. That's interesting. Or Fraser writes, for maglev to be viable, you need to essentially have a high-speed rail line that works well, but is hitting capacity with no room to expand in capacity. Then you stick with maglev express. Major Hurricane writes, it's funny, they also have the mom and pop shop up in Seattle. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I lived in a suburb of Portland for a time. So Portland, I got to live in like 3 or 4 different places. And so Northeast Portland, at one point I was living in one of the suburbs that was 20,000 people, and it had 4 Starbucks. I don't remember, but I thought it was pretty wild. So, but Joshua Trades right. Oh my gosh, I went to bed when this started. Woke up and Rob is still talking. Well, the bigger question is, what you only doing on 5 hours of sleep? That's rough. Hot Carbon says, Streetcar runs on 9th and 10th couplet on the west side of the river. So, well, we'll find out where I land. I was thinking we landed near Pioneer Square, but I guess I'm wrong. It says I run down, yeah, 10th and 11th. Oh, I see, and Pioneer Square is, okay, well, I'll have a little bit of a walk, but that's fine. We'll ride it up to, like, the Central Library, about where I parked. That's probably a good stop. So, in the home stretch here. Billy the Science Geek writes, you're making me miss going to class. I'm sorry. You should go to class. It's not that exciting. I'm going to get off the train and then call it a night and drive away in my car. Thomas asks, where in Portland did I live? Westland. I don't remember what the population was. It might have been more than 20,000. But, yeah, I had a couple of places. I moved around a lot. So it's Northeast Portland. Briefly, kind of the Hillsborough, Forest Grove area. West Lynn, Sandy. So.
Southwest Park and Mill.
K Animation asks, do you know about the Cincinnati abandoned subway? No, I am not familiar with that. I didn't know Cincinnati ever had a subway. the tunnel's still good. They could do something with that, I suppose. But I don't know. Maybe Ohio isn't probably known as being a really hot growth area with a lot of, And I can see that would make it difficult because out west, anytime you do a transportation improvement, you can make the argument of, we're doing this transportation improvement because it is to accommodate future growth. But if you're in an area without a lot of growth, then it's probably harder to make the case. Katrina's Kitchen asks, farthest east I've ever been. Probably Maine. Probably Southwest Harbor, Maine, on Mount Desert Island. Bar Harbor is probably the farthest east I've ever been, because Maine hangs off the coast that way, so that's probably it. And then south would probably be somewhere in Texas, because I think that's probably Interstate 20 through Dallas, Fort Worth, because I think that's south of San Diego. I've been down to San Diego, but farther south, I think, in Texas.
Southwest 10th and Clay. To request a stop, please press the yellow strip or door button.
So we're down to Clay, and I think Art Museum and then Central Library. Yeah, it's making me nostalgic for riding my bike everywhere. And I keep thinking I could do it, but I was half my age back then, and so I was in a lot better shape. So Thomas Graff writes, any future video on the man in Beaverton who scientifically proved that the red light camera was rigged? We covered that quite a bit over the series of videos. I had the one about yellow light timing where I did mention the guy, and then the red light camera with his friend who's Jay, the red light camera critic. One of the challenges I'm running into right now is that the gentleman in Beaverton and Jay, his friend, got an article published in a transportation engineering trade publication about a new formula for red light camera, new formula for yellow light timing that was taking into account vehicles slowing down to make a turn. And it was one of these where on paper it makes a heck of a lot of sense, and getting published in the trade publication lent a lot of credibility. And I thought, well, that's interesting. Not enough maybe for a new video, but it was interesting. Caught my attention. But I went to the Transportation Engineers Sacramento conference, and they had an entire breakout session dedicated to kind of poking. This station is Art Museum. Okay, one more. I'm gonna go ahead and put this back on the holder here. Okay, I'll flip it around to me. Anyway, they had an entire breakout session dedicated to, from a practical standpoint, what was wrong with this formula, and they were showing under certain conditions, a yellow light would be something like 11 seconds, which you'd think like, oh, that's probably no big deal. And then they did an animation showing how long a 11-second yellow light would be, and yeah, it was pretty ridiculous. That's not a you can't have an 11-second yellow light. So they were trolling him pretty good. In fact, they started the session out, called the guy by name and said, is Jay here? Okay, good, he's not. And then they kind of poked fun of him. And it would have been interesting to have him defend himself. So I'll make sure I don't miss my stop here. So yeah, the guy, and so it's difficult, right? Because there is stuff that academically is right, but you know, can he's also get it wrong, you know. So I don't know what the right answer is on that, but okay. I think we're at the next streetcar station here. I'm gonna start walking that way. Okay, which way's the street down here? Yamhill Street. It's kind of funny, some of these county names, like Yamhill. You think, I wonder what that was named after. And then you probably look up the history and find, oh, it was literally named after like a hill where they were growing yams, you know, or something like that. You know, you realize some of this stuff isn't nearly as interesting as it sounds. But the famous story about Portland is that in fact, I made a whole animation for this, for the bridge video, and I cut it for time. I don't think it made it in. I should put it on the RGR2 channel just to have it out there. So I worked hard on it, but it was animation of Lovejoy and I forget the other guy's name, the two founders of Portland. And the one guy was from Portland, Maine. The other guy was from Boston, and they had a coin toss to say, oh, what should we both want to name this city after our hometown. And so they tossed a coin, and the one guy won, and it became Portland. Had the coin gone the other way, it would have been Boston, Oregon, and we'd be calling, and you'd have to, every time you talk about Boston, you'd have to clarify that, oh no, Boston of the West versus Boston of the East. So anyway, I thought that was kind of an interesting little bit of history. But anybody local here, they know the story really well, you know. Okay, let's see. Oh, hey, I just got to the Blazers game on TV, and Rob is on my phone. Is that boring of a game? I hope the Jazz are up by like 30. So I got like one sports team, because what else am I going to root for? I guess Real Salt Lake, but I don't really follow soccer. So, and in fairness, I haven't really. Thank you. Somebody was exhausted. I haven't really followed the Jazz since Karl Malone, so it's been a little while. But so we're back to Pioneer Square again here. See what it looks like in the dark. All lit up nicely. So like say even nighttime, there's any downtown, there's a few rambunctious people, but for the most part, if you're planning a vacation in Portland, it's not nearly as bad as people try to claim it is. It's a pretty nice town, There's somebody writes Pettygrove and Lovejoy, yeah, which are two of the street names. So then we get into a whole thing about Portland I didn't get a chance to talk about it yet. So one of the famous alumnuses of Portland is Matt Groening of the creator of The Simpsons. He went to high school back this way. If we weren't 5 hours into this, I'd walk over there, but I'm too tired. So he, because there's a monument to The Simpsons at the high school, but he, there's a lot of Portland references in The Simpsons, including names of people. So you have Reverend Lovejoy. There's a street, Lovejoy, one of the founders of Portland. Flanders is a street. Simpson is a street. But one of the biggest obvious Simpsons references, and it's not downtown, it's quite a ways, 5 exits south on I-5, is Terwilliger Boulevard. Terwilliger Boulevard. It's been long enough. When I lived here, I used to be able to just rattle it off, to say Terwilliger Boulevard. And Sideshow Bob, the character Sideshow Bob, he's Bob Terwilliger. And that's literally named after Terwilliger Boulevard. Again, I can't believe I'm out of practice. Terwilliger. Anyway, so there's a lot of, and maybe that's part of my love of this town too. I remember feeling a little bit homesick when I moved here, and one of the things that would cheer me up was I remember I bought a Simpsons soundtrack and a lot of the Simpsons songs, and so between the Simpsons being a part of this city a bit, but also that soundtrack, it just, I don't know, a lot of memories that collide together. And you probably have a place like that too in your life, where somewhere where you lived as you were coming of age and you were listening to certain music and consuming certain media, and just everything sort of collided together into this, like, thing that ended up being just I don't know, a part of your life. And maybe that's true of all of us, right? When you're coming of age at age 18 or whatever, and you just, I don't know, it's like everything's kind of magical and terrifying at the same time. And you think the rest of your life is going to be magical and terrifying, and then just it isn't. Like, just stuff happens, and next thing you know, you're turning 40 next year. And to quote Andy Bernard from The Office, it's too bad somebody can't tell you you're in the good old days while you're still in them, but it's fine. I remember seeing a bunch of college students in Chico. There's a place in Chico called Madison Bear Garden, which is a great hamburgers. And all the college students over 21, they go there to get drunk and to party. But downstairs they have burgers, really good burgers. So I was there getting burgers. And as I left, there was a part of me that said, would I go back? Like, if I could push a button and be 21 years old again and relive where I was, would just seem like a couple of years ago, would I do it? And the answer is no. Because I am, like, I don't want to give up the life experience that you get, I have to talk to my doctor more often, and I've kinked my neck because I slept with the wrong pillow. And, there's things that are quite disappointing, and I hear it's just downhill from here. That I'll look back nostalgically 20 years from now when I'm 60 to the time when I was turning 40 and dream to be back to this point in life. So I'm not trying to complain too much yet. But the life experience is the trophy that comes at that cost. And I don't know that I would want to give that up, Okay, I want to make sure before we wrap up here, any last super chats that I've missed? No, my last one was K-Animation talking about process thumbnails and titles, but it's still really nice to hear from Emily in 7, Jesse, K-Animation, Jamie Brown, Shia Storkmo, Mayor of Munchkin Land, Jason Dent, Endless American Traveler, Nick Pastanix, Major Hurricane, Tyrone Whitmore Wilson, George Carnizis, forgive me, I'm mispronouncing it, Cameron, Laza 92, Max Cozy 163, Jaden's Place, and Debbie D at the top of the show. I think it's been a lot of fun. to read all that, as well as just jumping in on super chats. And so, any last comments here? I took some Tylenol. I think I'm getting a case of transit talk overload. It's like ASMR. I can talk randomly about the environmental impact statement and all the different things that we need to look at as we do, and just doze right to sleep. Ward Bennington says, also, you don't want to go back to Westland anyway. I mean, I went back to film there, but it doesn't look like it's changed. All the houses are twice the price. So I certainly wouldn't stay. So, let's see. Are you visiting OMSI while you're in Portland? I'd love to go back to OMSI. I went there 20 years ago, but I don't think I have time. You know, when each day is effectively $150 a day, I got to get work done. And so that's the only downside is a trip like this is I really should be, like, I should really extend my stay one extra day and like see Portland, not just those filming locations, and go do something fun. But we'll see. Right now, the way it is I'm just hustling. Maybe that'll be my reward if I get all the shooting and videoing and stuff done on time or early. Then maybe I'll treat myself, go to OMSI or something. But for the moment, no, it's work, and then be on my way back so I can start editing things. So start seeing some of these videos coming up here in a couple of months. So, and then it looks like we have a super chat from Matthew Brannigan. Thank you. Right, thank you for another great live stream. Well, you're very welcome. I even without the super chats, these are fun. Super chats help defray some of the costs. You know, this more or less, even after YouTube's cut, goes a long way to paying for almost one of the days filming here, and that helps. It really does. So, you know, or it gives me an excuse to go spend it on overpriced fast food tonight and have dinner. So that's fun. But also, I think it's fun to kind of, in a way, a video has to be so tightly edited. Sometimes it's hard to like be immersive and see it. And this is a town I love this town, and I got mixed feelings about this town. I love it and I hate it, and so it's almost like being proud and showing off a place, you know. So I'll have to do Salt Lake City someday. That one I'd be very proud of. There are cars zooming by. Jay Jeezy, hey, super chat writes, would you ever come to Tampa, Florida? Well, let's get it cleaned up first. And a lot of it is getting the right story to pull me out there, in particularly the right person to interview. Because the main thing with transportation is it's there. It's usually not going anywhere. And that can make it complacent to say, well, I'll get to it later because I know it's not going away. But if something's about to open, or it's about to be torn down, or it's under construction but for a limited time or something, and there's this expert who's eager and ready to talk to me, that helps draw me out there. And I think part of the challenge is I haven't yet built the relationships with people out east. And I should do it. I need to force myself to go out to the southeast and build some relationships with people, because then that leads to referrals of additional stories. And so, you know, you have an expert that, you know, if I get a chance to talk to an expert on something and they're having a good time, they're more likely to say, oh, you should also talk to this person I know about this thing. And then that cascades. That's why you see so many stories out west. Is one, I live close by. Two, I've started to get contacts and relationships with people in Nevada, Arizona, California, Utah, you know, and now starting to be Oregon. And so you just start seeing more and more of the same place for that reason. But I haven't ever done a story in Florida. So yeah, if a right story popped up in the, you know, Tampa. By the way, I have a question for you. So I was talking to a friend who grew up in Miami, and we're talking about the hurricane, and I said, yeah, it sounds like the people who really need to evacuate are the people over in St. Pete. And he corrected me, and he said, by the way, I lived in Florida my whole life growing up, and I've never ever heard a local call it St. Pete. All right, that's fine. So then I'm watching the ABC affiliate for Tampa, streaming it when the hurricane came in that night. And she said St. Pete. Now, is that because she's also from out of state? And sort of like how people call San Francisco Frisco, which is the fastest way to get under the skin and under the fingernails of like everybody in San Francisco. Do not call it Frisco. It sounds like Fresno or something like it. Is St. Pete one of these things that, yeah, out-of-state people shouldn't say? Or do locals really call it Tampa and St. Pete? And my friend from Miami just didn't know because he was from Miami, which is fair. That's what I'm curious about. So, okay. But I think we're all caught up. So I think we're maybe pretty good here. So, unless there's anything really pressing. Matthew writes, when I lived in Southwest Florida, it was commonly called by locals as St. Pete. Yes! I didn't make it up! Okay, Marcia writes, I saw your video on the I-5 bridge and it was great. I live in downtown Portland, just a few blocks from you right now. Good stuff. Hey, good to see you. Well, more coming. That's partly why I'm in town. So keep an eye out, December, January, somewhere around there, for another I-5 bridge update, which I now need to go back to my hotel and go through that interview and write it and film it. So, okay, well, I think we're at 5.5, so we'll probably, it says, darn, my mother lived in San Francisco, calls it Frisco. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I'd heard some people from San Francisco say, don't call it Frisco. The fastest way to tick off people from my area is to say Albany. Oh, Albany. The name Al instead of the all. Albany? I'm trying to think. Albany. I'm trying to think who if I ever heard anybody call it Albany. Because that sounds really wrong. Even though I guess like spelling wise it looks correct, but Albany. Sure.
What's up? Tell me this street name. Hey man, Portland organized again. Hey man, I got something supposed to be man, Magic Ball.
Oh yeah, don't miss your green. All right. I'm not sure what he was promoting, but it's like, what's up? I get on your television thing, and then, but the problem is he was sitting under a green, and I could just see the last thing I want to be doing is he gets rear-ended by somebody because he was sitting under the green, and then they drag me into. But I think he had his feelings hurt because he took off a little fast. But I wasn't trying to shoo him off. I just didn't want him getting rear-ended. Oh, Kyle, we call it Faf Motorsport writes, we call it Albany in Australia. But you didn't specify, is it Albany or Albany in the way you spelled that? Kyle K with a super chat, I got to acknowledge you. Thank you very much. Get some sleep, the content you do. Grew up in upstate New York. That guy floored it through the light. I think that's a high note to end it on. So thank you very much from downtown Portland. And until next time I travel somewhere, and I'll catch you next time. Have a good night. Yeah, if I can figure out how to